the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad, because that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick, and AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jace, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
One second, everybody. I'm trying to figure out one thing, and it's terrible timing because I realized it right at the last minute that I needed to figure this part out. Ooh, no! Ooh, oh, geez, oh, why? All right. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. Hope you are all doing well. God damn it, where is this? God damn it. It's fine. It's fine. Didn't need it anyway. I didn't need that additional citation. It was holding me back. Just keeping me down. Hello, everyone. Am I prepared for this? Question mark? And we'll cut that out. There we go. Nailed it. Cool. All right. Hello, everybody. Hello, J699. Hello, Two Dad Smoochin. Hello, Lily Lovestub. Hello, Rundo. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Robber Adset. Hello, Fighting Hobbit. Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Matatyahu. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, how we doing, Sweet Blasphemy? Hello, Werix. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Uncle Simric. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, YouTuber Grudge. Hello, Max Danger. Hello, Iceaxe. Hello, Screech. Hello, Comic Girl 2018. Hello, John Bainbridge. Hello, Spancom Cat. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, My Life is a Dumpster Fire 5194. Hello, Paradox Bingo. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Mike Brand. Hello, Jenny Ah. Hello, Electra Descending. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Paradox Bingo. Hello, how we doing, Bree Dragonis? Hello, how we doing, folks? Two Dads Kissing. I think that might be the same as Two Dads Smooching. Hello, Erica. Hello, Jessica Davis. Hello, Bisbee. Hello, Spherical Man does whatever a Spherical Man can. Hello, how we doing, folks? Hello, I am certain. Hello, how we doing, folks? How we doing? Let me send out the push notification. There we go. Hello, Moss Imp. Hello, Rusty. Hello, Cyberwolf 1013. Hello, Atomic VT. Hello, Nimbleline. Hello, Raccoon named Spanky. Hello, Draconics. Hello, everybody. Did we just start? Yes. Had a conversation recently with a pal of mine on how we're going to have to occupy Israel like we did with Japan after World War II if we want a two-state solution. Well, one, Israel would never do that. It would be all-out war. It would be incredibly bloody and a really bad idea. Two, like a two-state, I'm now in the camp of the two-state solution has flown the coop, and what we really need is a one-state solution where everyone has equal rights. You know, effectively, what we have right now is a South African apartheid state in the Middle East, and it's just they call the occupied territories in order to try and pretend it's something else. But we all know that it's not like, oh, Palestinians have their own law there. No, they don't. It's Israeli military law all the way down. Hello, Robin's Egg. Hello, Ashley J. Curtis. Thank you for helping to invent the internet. Hello, Aska. We need to stop subsidizing Israel? Absolutely. Hello, SpongeBob Tech Nerd. Oh, Rundo, I heard an update that Crimea, folks in Crimea were paying like 22 per gallon now. Like it's shot up even in like the last 24 hours. It's crazy. All right, folks. Holy fuck weasels. Yeah. We're at another funny number in DSA shimp count. Oh, fuck yeah. 67 folks in the Riverboat Jack community have signed up to be members of DSA. Let's fucking go. We're, 2026, it's the year of shimp maxing, chat. Have you been shimp maxing? Have you been going to your meetings? Have you been doing what you can to get other people to go? It's time to start ship maxing, folks, and join your local DSA, join your local Dems today. And folks, we can help you get started. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. Let's go, folks. All right, folks. Yes, E. Jean Carroll got her payout from Donald Trump. Good for her. Took her long enough. Now, I do have a couple of things that I wanted to share with you guys at the top of the show, just because I think they're neat. And they're not like a. They're not like a. It's not. Most of them are game trailers. This first one, though, is just like really cool natural phenomena that is poorly understood. Let's check it out. Some folks in Alberta caught ball lightning on camera for like a full 23 seconds. It's really cool. Look at this. Check this shit out.
Rare and mysterious thunderstorm phenomenon occurred in Rich Valley, Alberta last week, and it was captured on camera by Global News watchers Ed and Melinda Party. This glowing blue ball of light is called ball lightning, and it appeared behind their home just moments after a very intense lightning strike occurred. It lasted for about 23 seconds before they heard a pop sound, and then the light quickly disappeared. Now, although ball lightning is very rare, there actually have been over 10,000 reports of these from around the world, dating all the way back to the 12th century.
Okay, but if you only have 10,000 reports over, the last 800 years, or 900 years rather, that's not a whole lot of reports. But that being said, don't touch that orb. Don't touch the glowing orb. Also, it's not a fucking UFO. It's not a fucking alien. It's just a natural phenomena. This is why I don't get excited about any of these UFO declassification things, because 9 times out of 10, it's just some sort of natural phenomenon we don't understand yet. But it's pretty. That's true. It is very pretty, but it's also superheated plasma that will melt you and irradiate you, potentially.
Reports from pilots, sailors, scientists, and everyday people, but only a handful of them have actually been documented in a video this well. Ball lightning can range from size from grapefruit to basketball, sometimes even meters wide, and the light can vary from red to blue to orange or yellow. They are typically found sort of just above the ground, and they sort of float or hover right above where the lightning strike actually occurred. However, there have been reports of these balls actually moving, and
we should make it run for Congress in Maine. I'm not against that idea fully.
Sometimes even moving through windows and moving indoors.
It would absolutely smoke Susan Collins in a debate.
Ball lightning is not an optical phenomenon. It is a real thing.
Goes in for the handshake. She evaporates.
And it's caused by intense thunderstorms, but scientists are still trying to figure out the exact cause. Now,
I just think it's neat. It's cool stuff. Science is neat. Nibbles Brambletooth, you came into a socialist chat. Nobody here's a Republican. Or at the very least, if they are Republicans, they're very quiet about it. Alright. Next cool thing I found. It's a trailer for an adventure narrative game called I Shall Name the Dead. And it just looks cool as shit. Look at this thing. Just so neat. I love video games, man. Video games are so cool. The next one I found is another adventure game called Official Vinny's Diary Update Launch Trailer. I mean, I guess it's just called Official Vinny's Diary Update.
Okay, this is my one-way ticket out. What the hell was that? Hey! Stop shooting us!
Just very, very cool. Looks neat. Inspired by Stranger Things? I'd say more like I know a lot of folks are like go to, oh, it's inspired by Stranger Things, but I think like a lot of stuff that looks like Stranger Things is just inspired by like, you know, E.T., Goonies, etc. Like, you know, the original like group of kids going around doing shit movies, you know? Monster Squad, Sandlot, you know? And the last one, I think this looks amazing. Like, genuinely great. It's called War of the Western Deep.
In a matter of days, this land will see war. I am a royal courier. I deliver my king's word without fail. And nothing, neither bandit, brigand, nor beast, will stop me from my task. This letter, what exactly is it that I'm delivering?
You carry the will of your king and all the weight that brings. And, should you fail,
I won't. Nope, nothing here. In a matter of days, this land will see war. So, that doesn't leave me much time.
They hand animated that shit. That's awesome. I love some classic 2D animation. Very cool. Furry fantasy? No, it's just Redwall. It's just Redwall. It's so good. Very Bluth? Yeah. Demo's available on Steam now. It's cool stuff. Redwall meets Myst? I mean, it's more like an action-adventure game. A little bit more action than Myst, but yeah. A New Vegas furry. Dust and Elysian Tale. Ah! A furry connoisseur, I see. God. Alright, video games are cool. I like them. I wish we could talk about them more. You guys ready to jump into some content, folks? Jimmy says hello. Hello, Jimmy. Oof. Oh, yeah, sorry. Tell Jimmy to go fuck himself. True. What did Jimmy do? It's the obligatory greeting for Jimmy Snow. Um Are you guys ready? We got a full show tonight. So yeah, cuz things keep thinging, things keep happening. It's deeply frustrating. Do. Shit do keep occurring. It's true. Oh, what did Dems do right? We'll get to it when we get to that. All right. Hello, Nindreen. Hello, Paladin Lost. Let's talk about one of the top stories tonight, which is, of course, that Todd Blanche is going in for his, appearance before the Senate. He's going to get grilled tomorrow, and we're going to talk about it a little bit. So, folks, tomorrow morning, Todd Blanche is going to go in front of Congress to testify. Basically, this is his opportunity to sell himself in front of Congress. He's also going to be, of course, asked questions. And he's in a bit of a pickle because up until now, he's just been an acting attorney general. And this entire process was supposed to be easy peasy lemon squeezy, you know? However, given the fact that Lindsey Graham, Mitch McConnell, both absent at the moment from Congress, he's facing a little bit harder of a battle. And also he hasn't made many friends in Congress. Specifically, he is reviled by Democrats, and he's made a lot of enemies among conservatives and among the MAGA Senate in particular because he's been screwing them over. And not only that, he has an enormous amount of political baggage attached to him, right? There's also been a flurry of pieces from the New York Times on this over the last, month or so. But like this piece from the New York Times dropped today, actually. I'm frustrated. Emails show Blanche's role in Trump's retribution campaign. Basically, the New York Times here is just dropping a bunch of like, hey, Congress, this guy has specifically not been doing what an attorney general should be doing as an impartial and unrelated, purveyor of law and prosecution on the federal level, and instead has been running like amateur games for the president. He's just been breaking the law and going after Donald Trump's enemies. That's it. That's all he's been doing. And this story is mostly about him being really frustrated because he's had to cover for different deeply inconvenient Trump allies that have been put into the DOJ after they've had their moment in the sun. Notable among them, Ed Martin, who is just, was such a colossal fuck up that he had to get like, taken out of leadership and put underneath Todd Blanche, right? So a lot of this is happening, but there's also mounting political pressure from a lot of other avenues that one doesn't usually see. For example, here is this from last week. DOJ alums call on senators to reject Blanche nomination as Attorney General. And you might think, oh, okay, how many of them called on him to drop, to not be nominated? It was 1,200. 1,200 former employees of the Department of Justice. 1,200 of them. They wrote, in the coming weeks, many will rightly underscore the corruption and abuses that have defined the Justice Department under Todd Blanche's leadership. The vindictive prosecutions, the investigations of the president's foes, the deals designed to reward lawbreakers with taxpayer dollars, the erasure of accountability for January 6th, the mishandling of the Epstein files, the denigration of judges, repeated violations of their orders. But we will want to focus on an area that deserves just as much attention: Todd Blanche's degradation of the DOJ's apolitical career workforce. Blanche has fired or overseen the firings of hundreds of those employees usually without notice, and for improper, unlawful reasons. Some were terminated for having worked on cases the president didn't like, for being relatives of the president's foes, for adjudicating immigration cases in accordance with due process, for declining to initiate vindictive prosecutions, or for refusing to lie in court. These terminations violate the very civil service statutes designed to prevent corruption and political purges. Like, it's not looking good for Todd Blanche. This is a very uphill battle, and I do want to commend the Senate Judiciary Democrats for getting off of their ass and making it even more difficult for Republicans to confirm this. Because the goal of this, right, and the goal of a lot of these minority party positions, right?
On today's episode of Fighting Fascism and Punchin' Yahtzees in the Face. Do your part, chat.
Hell yeah, Nindrain. Thank you for the tier 1 sub, and thank you for being the first person to support stream today. Very much appreciate you. And thank you for making this show possible. But I have to commend, a lot of what Democrats are doing right now in the minority position is trying to get Republicans to vote yes on the worst policies, in part so that Republicans can then be held accountable for it when it comes to re-election time. And in that regard, they are going to get a lot of Republicans on record as not giving a single shit about Jeffrey Epstein and the Epstein files, specifically by calling an Epstein victim to testify against Todd Blanche. Bensky will sit on a panel of outside witnesses to be convened Thursday, the day after Blanche sits for his confirmation hearing before the panel. Democrats' decision to include her underscores their intent to make Blanche's confirmation process and his handling of the release of the so-called Epstein files, which were rolled out late and with botched redactions, Danny Bensky is a brave survivor of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific crimes. Her name was included in multiple batches of released Epstein files due to Todd Blanche's failures. Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, the top Democrat on the Judiciary Committee, said in a statement, "She's attempted multiple times to redact her information without success," Durbin added. Like, she's tried to get her name taken out of the Epstein files multiple times, and they have specifically not done that. Right? So when they get her to come in and testify, what they're also doing here is making it a referendum. Are you going to allow the guy who gave a cozy sweetheart deal to Jeffrey Epstein's accomplice, who's convicted of raping children, and putting her in a minimum security prison with puppies? Are you going to vote for that guy to run the entirety of the Department of Justice? Like, that's at least going to exact some kind of political price. And so, as far as this goes, you know, she's doing what she thinks is best to try and make sure this guy doesn't get this higher seat of power. And this is also, whichever way it goes, either Democrats win on this and Todd Blanche does not become the new attorney general, or Republicans all fucking indict themselves by voting for the guy who is in direct opposition to Epstein victims. That's wild. Are you lying right now? I'm literally showing the receipts on screen as I talk about it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. You can go look up these articles and read them if you don't think that I'm portraying them correctly. This is all leftist propaganda. Yeah, it truly is. Anyway, here's a bunch of Epstein victims talking about Todd Blanche and why they think that he should not be, in fact, the next attorney general. Let's check this out. I'm going to reload it, actually, so it has sound.
My phone number was released.
Where I went to school.
Where I live.
My students can now search me and read about my abuse.
I am an Epstein survivor.
I am an Epstein survivor.
I am an Epstein survivor. We were exposed.
Nude pictures of victims
were released.
Our family's safety was put at risk.
Now, Todd Blanche wants to be the Attorney General of the United States.
Todd Blanche had a duty to protect us.
Instead, he protected the people who committed crimes against us. 30 years.
1,200 victims.
And 6 million files.
A mountain of evidence. But Todd Blanche says there are no investigative leads.
Todd Blanche failed us.
He failed victims everywhere.
We deserve better.
Our country deserves better.
Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General.
Vote no. No. No.
No. Vote no on Todd Blanche for Attorney General.
My name was released. My phone.
Like, I'm sorry. Like, oh no, the Epstein victims, they're all liberal propaganda too, I guess. It's all liberal propaganda if it makes you feel uncomfy. It's crazy. But, yeah, what is in store? What is in store tomorrow? You know? Great question. Let's see here. Democrats are promising to make Blanche's Monday confirmation hearing an indictment of his record as Trump's former personal lawyer, and more recently as the face of a haphazard rollout of the Jeffrey Epstein files and the thwarted launch of a $1.8 billion fund to pay out victims of lawfare that critics called a slush fund, benefiting Trump's allies. Like, this is going to be a difficult pill for Republicans in the Senate to swallow, especially because none of them were fans of this massive, like, slush fund either. None of them wanted to touch it with a 10-foot pole. It was a fucking radioactive issue, right? And so this puts them in a deeply uncomfortable position. Like, a lot of these Republicans are going in front of the press right now and hedging their bets, right? So here's a couple examples of just that. Monday suggesting Blanche could face discipline for his handling of that settlement has only raised the stakes for John Cornyn, who said that while he wanted to do the right thing, he also wanted an attorney general who will enforce the law and who won't just be a lawyer for the president. I haven't finally decided yet. Keep in mind, John Cornyn just got stabbed in the back by Donald Trump down in Texas. He's not one of Trump's guys anymore. And he's on his way out of his political career, and he knows it. He's not inclined to agree with this particular nomination if it reflects poorly on him. Tom Tillis also said his posture right now is a yes vote on Blanche, but he still has some issues with the fund that must be addressed. This is the thing, right? A lot of these folks, they're starting to get a little skittish. In fact, I'd say it's gone a little bit beyond just starting. They're solidly in skittish. God. I mean, like, the end, this part of the article is hilarious. Blanche has been working to make inroads with GOP senators off the Judiciary Committee, too. In the past week, he's embarked on a multi-day tour of Alaska, home to moderate GOP Senator Lisa Murkowski, where he announced a nearly $200 million settlement between the Justice Department and Anchorage over a port expansion project. Like, he's having to go around and wine and dine these senators because they do not want to support him. And there's also, like, a lingering disbarment potentially coming, you know? And if you're wondering, hey, why is Todd Blanche so worried about this? It's because Todd Blanche can only afford to lose 2 Republican Senate votes. He can only afford to lose 2. And we've already heard in this Politico piece from 2. Even Lisa Murkowski here, who he was trying to wine and dine, you know, she still has some specific follow-ups for Blanche. Susan Collins, who right now is feeling an immense amount of heat for re-election in Maine, hasn't made an official decision. If they flip on Blanche, he's done. He's done. And also, just worth noting here, wanted a little bit of insight from Jonathan Swan from this piece MS Now put out.
Republicans on Capitol Hill against Todd Blanche.
Oh God, it's so quiet. 1 second. 1 second.
Well, it's changed a little bit because I think that there's not so much pressure from the MAGA base anymore on Todd Blanche specifically. They're I think, very dissatisfied with the way that Trump has handled Epstein. But, you know, the reporting itself makes very clear that we've done in the book that Todd Blanche was at the center of all things Epstein related in this administration.
Which makes him, by the way, a perfect scapegoat. Like, if anything is going to bring this fucker down, it's making himself the nexus of everything Epstein related. And, like, that'd be pretty delicious for him to be taken down by, you know, being a willing handmaid covering up sexual crimes for Epstein.
And I think from the outside...
And, of course, Donald Trump.
If you were just watching this, you might think, oh, he was, you know, at the Justice Department handling the mandatory release of the files. But what we show in the book is that his role went much deeper than that. He was inside the White House Situation Room with Trump's top political advisors, having conversations that essentially amounted to public relations conversations, political conversations about how to manage the Epstein material in a way that would be least damaging to Donald Trump. And the thing to really know about Trump and Todd Blanche is Trump still views Todd Blanche as his attorney. He was his personal attorney. And Trump wanted someone like that at the Justice Department. Of course, he had someone like that with Pam Bondi, who was also his personal attorney on the impeachment, but she wasn't doing the job as Trump described it. We asked, Maggie and I, when we sat down with the president, we asked him what what he was dissatisfied with when it came to Pam Bondi. And he said something to the effect of, she needs to move faster. And we said, faster at what? And he said, with respect to things. He would.
She needs to move faster with respect to things.
Go further than that, but we know very well that what he was dissatisfied was that she was not prosecuting his enemies quickly enough.
And that brings us to the piece that dropped today in Politico, which is, or in the New York Times rather, which is, oh, this was his guy because he was like going after, he was effectively a legal hatchet man for Donald Trump and Trump's campaign. And Trump still views him, in a sense, like his Roger Stone, you know, within the administration. So, all of this being said, there's also going to be something else looming over Todd Blanche, which is this in particular.
Yo.
Stone Corbel, thank you for the tier 1 sub. This piece from Politico, which was published last month on the 25th, Todd Blanche conceded violating law on Epstein files, judge finds. And oddly enough, there's been a week to do this, and I don't believe this has actually been acted upon yet. So, very interesting, to say the least. U.S. District Judge Emmett Sullivan said Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche essentially admitted the violations by failing to address allegations from independent journalist Katie Fang in a lawsuit seeking broader access to the records, including allegations against President Donald J. Trump. The Attorney General does not respond substantively to any of these arguments, Sullivan, an appointee of President Bill Clinton, wrote in the opinion. The Attorney General has conceded that he is in violation of the act. Which, yeah. Like guys, all of these files were supposed to be released months ago. It was supposed to be released at the beginning of the year. We're over halfway through the year now. And he's still, like, making excuses. And, like, the excuses aren't, oh, well, they needed more time to do redactions, because you already outed multiple different Epstein victims. Like, it's just heinous, the way that this has been, like, handled. Truly, truly disgusting. How does one just get to say, whoopsie, my bad, and not go to prison? Because in this particular case, Todd Blanche is representing the U.S. government, and he can't, like, you can't put the entirety of the U.S. government in prison under the U.S. law as it stands right now, right? And so, in the eyes of the court, it's not necessarily Todd Blanche who's violating the law, it's the federal government that's violating the law. And it's like, it's genuinely stupid how we handle these kinds of cases, but that's essentially my understanding of what's happening here. In my opinion, I think you're absolutely correct. If this guy is not doing what is mandated by law, he should go to prison. And yet, here we are. God. So, all of that being said, tomorrow morning is going to be a fascinating exercise in politics. So, for those interested, and if you're watching live, I'm sure if you're watching this, as a VOD, this testimony will already have happened. But the testimony of Todd Blanche in front of Congress begins at 9 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning. So check that out if you are awake and up for it. Other than that, I guess we'll take a look at some clips tomorrow and see kind of what came of all this. But all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I said that twice because it's very important. And also consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without your incredible, incredible support. So please consider supporting the show. Also, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved today. We can help you. Join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We've got a huge community of folks who have signed up for their DSA, and they talk in Signal chat. It's great, it's lovely, it's beautiful, it's wonderful. Oops, sorry for touching the mic. But also, it's important because you're going out there, you're going to the meetings, you're organizing together, and you're getting shit done in your local political communities. And that matters. It saves lives. It materially improves the lives of people in your community. So go do it. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got a restock in all sizes, and we have a new color. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. We did it. We did it. I'm wearing it right now. Hell yeah. We made it through our first official segment. We did it. Now, folks, we have been going for about an hour now. If you are enjoying the show, getting anything out of the day today, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. And you know what? Consider dropping those subs and donuts because you guys make this show possible. Let's go. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button, click hell yeah. Also, folks, we've got two folks who stepped up today to support the show. We are getting closer and closer to our next 500 sub goal. Let's make it happen, folks. And also, just want to say, Frilly Shark, does the lingerie work with trans men? I'm guessing it does, but I'd like to be sure. Yes. It's tested with cis men, non-binary folks. I believe several trans men have also purchased it. As far as I can tell from folks modeling it online. But it is also, we're trying to work on a style that is Packer compatible as well. So in the future, that will hopefully be coming. But in the meantime, there is plenty of room down there to work with. Whew. Let's see here. Yay, thank you. You're welcome. Also, Uncle Simric, I'm not sure why the alert box isn't going off, but thank you for the $5 super chat. Everyone, did you exercise today? The fascists did. Why haven't you? And it's because I'm under a lot of stress and I have a lot of time constraints. Also, folks, if I'm seeming a little bit off tonight, it's because I had a panic attack right before stream. Had to take a anti-anxiety medication. So sorry about that if I seem a little bit just off in general. Out of curiosity, has IO had a positive ROI so far? So far, yeah. Mostly because the launch has been small, like really kind of testing the waters, small. But we're gonna scale up as we get more styles and colors and stuff, and it's gonna get bigger from here. But a lot of what my partner noticed during market research is just that a lot of these smaller companies that cater to trans folks expand really quickly, and it ultimately becomes too large and kind of collapses in on itself. We want to avoid that problem. Yeah, insect hooves on Lassie. It's less that I have a stronger constitution, I assure you, and more the unending grind of capitalism and the complete lack of any kind of sick days to that gets me in front of the computer day after day. I deeply care and enjoy the job that I do, but on days like today, it is fucking hard. But I'm doing my best. Showed up, put a smile on, trying to be entertaining. Oh yeah, and Uncle Simric, thank you for the $5 super chat. Boink. There we go. Oof. I did exercise yesterday though, and my arms are very sore today, but I feel good. You know, I feel like I'm building, you know? Okay, folks, you ready for our next segment? I figured this would be a good one, you know? Do your pecs now. I used to be able to do that. I can kind of do it. It's not impressive anymore though. Yeah, Scotty Orange, Rip Sam Neill. You get it. You get it. All right, folks. You guys ready for our next segment? I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good. Little left on left action.
Progressive challengers have ousted.
Be gone with your talkery. All right, what's your favorite dinosaur? Stegosaurus. I like Stegosauruses a lot. I think they look so silly and fun. All right. Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about Brad Lander's appearance on CNN, where he talks about being a liberal Zionist. And I gotta be honest, as much as I love Brad Lander as a candidate and I love his campaign, don't love this liberal Zionism. Don't love it. I don't think it's the compromise position a lot of folks in the Democratic Party seem to be trying to make it into. But you know what? I figured this was a perfect opportunity to talk about it. So let's dive into it, shall we?
Progressive challengers have ousted 3 incumbent Democrats in primaries just over the past month. 2 of those happened right here in New York City. Brad Lander and Daraliza Avila Chevalier both beat Democratic incumbents and are likely to win their November elections in these deep blue districts. Brad Lander joins me now. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I want to ask, we were having these conversations earlier in the show, that there's definitely a leftward shift towards where you are philosophically. It showed up in your primary and others. But in less blue districts, there still are more moderate Democrats being elected, even right here in New York 17, where Republican Mike Lawler is the congressman. Kate Connolly won the same day you did. So do you think that progressives like yourself could actually win in a place that isn't deep, deep blue?
Well, I don't think the line really so much should be thought of as progressives versus moderates. To me, it's fighters versus folders. People are fed up with the status quo. They don't feel it's working for them. And that's true for working.
Now, I will say I do view the fighters versus folders as an attempt to broaden the progressive tent a bit. But I do think that at a certain point it breaks down a little bit because not too many, but like the distinction ceases to matter as more and more Democrats out of necessity become fighters, you know?
Families in more moderate or frontline districts. Look at someone like Pat Ryan in the Hudson Valley, who's been fighting on utility costs and just showing people I'm out there fighting for working families, and that's what I think can unite us. Whether you use Medicare for all and the Green New Deal, or whether you say, let's go confront the utility company that's bilking us, like that's the energy all Democrats need to bring this fall.
One of the big reasons you won your primary here is that you separated yourself from the incumbent Democrat Dan Goldman on Israel. You use the term genocide. He does not. You don't want to have the U.S. funding Israel militarily. You call your...
And to be fair, these distinctions are why he is not a friend of AIPAC, which is, of course, great, But this is a more nuanced policy position than just, he takes AIPAC money, because he doesn't, In fact, AIPAC hates him.
Yourself a liberal Zionist. What is a liberal Zionist?
I believe in the vision of a Jewish and democratic Israel. I care about the place, but I don't think it's possible for it to be democratic while it's occupying the West Bank and Gaza. And I don't think that Israel's conduct in Gaza, which I do consider a genocide, is consistent with Jewish values. So to me, it's like you stand up and you call it as you see it. I don't want to keep sending U.S. military aid to Israel while it's violating international law and Palestinian human rights. But I want it to actually honor international law and Palestinian human rights so it can be the Jewish and democratic Israel that I...
This is the thing, right? The existence of Israel as a Jewish state is contingent on it doing what it's been doing illegally. You guys realize the reason that Israel has not annexed the West Bank and Gaza formally is because if it did so, it would have to enfranchise all those Palestinians. And it would cease to be a Jewish majority nation. And so instead of doing that, they've created an apartheid system, right? The issue here is that, it's not a state that just happens to be, Jewish. It is Jewish by, very specifically a defined plan. They even have a manifest destiny expansionist ideology called Greater Israel, the Greater Israel Project. And when we're talking about this, we can't imagine that this state just happened to spring out of the ground and this is just how it happened to exist, because that's not what happened, right? It was created by an act of the UN. And the idea here that, like, oh, well, it's supposed to be like, a place that is a democracy, everyone has equal rights, and yet it must retain this Jewish supremacy. That doesn't sound like coexistence to me. That doesn't sound like coexistence at all. What it sounds like is a recipe for creating, out of necessity to maintain that ethnic majority, creating ethnic cleansing campaigns, creating genocide campaigns. It is something that, by existing in this way, it precludes their ability to shift course. Which is why, again, one of the things that I talked about this a little bit at the beginning of today's stream, but I'll talk about it again now. I have shifted from like a two-state solution position to a one-state solution position. Because effectively, in a one-state solution scenario, where you have one state in which Palestinians and Israelis have to coexist, and are also both having equal rights and equal protections that are enforced equally. This is the kind of state that destroys the kind of prejudice that has been going in a circular fashion for generations now. And so I also think that there is an incalculable amount of damage done when we talk about Israel being like a Jewish state out of necessity, because it kind of implies that, like, oh, all Jewish people belong to Israel. But that's not the case. Israel is a state. It's a nation state. It's a political entity. And a political entity that is of the nature of a nation state is basically designed to perpetuate itself, right? This is not the same as an ethnic group. This is not the same as a religious group. There are tons of Jewish people in the United States, for example, who are not Israelis, who are not, connected with Israel. And Israel enacting genocide on a global stage while saying we are the Jewish state, it makes them less safe. Because Israel then co-opts their ethnic and religious identity in an effort to shield itself from criticism as a PR move. And I know that there are a lot of people out there who talk about, the common talking point is, well, do you believe that Israel has a right to exist? No nation has an inherent right to exist, right? Whether or not a nation exists is a question of power. It's a question of material resources. It's a question of how they are able to leverage that in order to perpetuate these political entities, right? So the question completely misses the reality, which is, does Israel have a military and military, diplomatic, economic means to perpetuate itself? And the answer there is yes, right? Because it's not a question of like, oh, is it like, if we somehow prove that this nation is acting immorally, does it must now dissolve itself? No, of course not. Immoral nations exist all the time. I would argue all nations fundamentally have different immoral aspects to them. But when we're talking about Israel in particular, like this focus on it being an ethno state is fundamentally at odds with the concept of democracy, with the concept of freedom, with the concept of equal rights. And that in turn is devastating people internally in Israel and is fueling this violent nationalist sentiment that is expanding Israel out into Lebanon, into Syria, into Gaza, into the West Bank. And I do agree with Brad Lander here when he says that, like, this type of expansionism, this type of violence is, at odds with the Jewish religion itself. I agree with him. It is. But what we're talking about when it comes to, oh, well, I'm a liberal Zionist, you can't just say, well, I support the overall project, just not these aspects of it, because those unpleasant aspects of it are directly related to the nature of the project. And that's why I talk about the fact that in a de facto sense, there isn't a possibility of two states. The West Bank and Gaza and East Jerusalem are functionally under Israeli control. They have been for decades. And, like, it's very bizarre to me that for decades, people have just gone along with this fiction that, oh yeah, a two-state solution is possible. But do you believe that Israel has a right to exist? And yet I never hear people asking the opposite of that. Do you believe Palestine has a right to exist? And in the cases where folks answer yes, what mechanism exists to create a Palestinian state? Through what means? With what power? The answer is there is none. There has been there's no inroads, there's no path right now to a viable Palestinian state. Which is why I instead ask us to focus on the actual conditions on the ground, which is it's de facto one state. The solution to that is to enfranchise Palestinians, allow them to participate in Israeli society fully, give them freedom of movement fully, give them equal rights, and crack down on these Israeli settlements that are illegally expanding, illegally killing Palestinians, and begin to build something new and better. Right? And I do think that this kind of solution would still need to be enforced by international bodies, because we sure as shit can't trust Israel and the Israeli military to adequately enforce these civil rights and civil liberties. We can't trust them to allow a right of return. By the way, have you ever wondered why they don't allow for a right of return for Palestinians? It's because their goal was ethnic cleansing with the Nakba. The goal was to rid the region of its predominantly Palestinian people. Almost said character, but I mean people. There's a deliberate effort to do that in order to maintain this ethnic characteristic. And so, like, when I hear the term liberal Zionism employed here, I do get upset. As if there is a reasonable settler colonial narrative for Israel to have, when that's just not the case.
Grew up believing in.
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I understand. You said that you don't think it's a democratic Israel?
I want it to be a Jewish and democratic Israel. Right now, I don't think it's modeling democracy while it occupies the West Bank and Gaza, and half the people under its sovereignty can't.
And this is the thing. Like, I have critical support for Brad Lander. I don't agree with him on liberal Zionism, but he is correct in calling out the genocide. He is correct in calling out a lot of these unsavory
I just want
practices.
Israel to be the idealistic Israel I was told about as a 5-year-old in books, by my elders. Zionism was supposed to be kind Judaism, not settler Judaism. Lander, I guess?
I mean, that is kind of his approach, right? Like, his approach is he wants it to live up to the ideals he was taught as a child. But that's kind of like saying you want manifest destiny to be applied in the United States under like kinder ideals. Like, hey, let's let the indigenous tribes of America expand their reservations. And like, I'm sure a lot of indigenous groups would be in favor of that, right? But it doesn't stop the evil of the settler colonial mentality when it comes to, manifest destiny. It doesn't undo that. It doesn't undo all that shit. And it's a naive mindset. I mean, I do agree it's a naive mindset. And, I do find it to be one where, like, I kind of get it in a sense. Like, I grew up with very conservative views. You guys have heard me talking about this. Grew up in a fundamentalist Christianity oriented household. Dad didn't believe in evolution, all that stuff. But, a lot of those ideas that I got taught early in life, like, oh, the rapture is happening soon. You'll hear trumpets and then you'll be like summoned up into the heavens or whatever. I took that literally. Like, I was at my window at sunset more times than I can count, thinking that, oh, this is it. It's the end of the world. Time to get raptured, I guess. And it didn't happen. It didn't happen. And eventually I questioned those ideas. I reckoned with them. I grew. And I realized that they were not, in fact, true. And I guess what I'm hoping for Brad Lander, and what I'm hoping that the mindset of liberal Zionism is such that there is going to come a point where there's the reckoning with that ideology allows folks to grow beyond it and realize that there's no salvaging a settler colonial mindset. There's no salvaging that. And I do think it's kind of like a lot of Jewish kids grow up, they learn about how great Israel is. They're told how great Israel is by a bunch of their relatives and people around them. They get fed this idealized version of what Israel could be, and then the Israeli government has a great PR campaign. Like, to believe the Israeli government's PR campaign, Israel is like an oasis of LGBTQ rights. You can't even get gay married in Israel. Like, you have to leave the country if you want to get gay married there. And then there's like a whole PR campaign to bring Jewish people who are, not born in Israel, to bring them to Israel, specifically then to wine and dine them and show them, look at how great Israel is. And all of that, I think, is a lot of indoctrination that's really, really difficult to grow out of. And there are kind of, for those of you who might not be aware, who were, born morally lucky and with just all of the exact right positions, right? You might not be familiar with the ideological bargaining that happens as you kind of deconstruct different ideas that you have. And I do view liberal Zionism as effectively bargaining. And I do think that Brad Lander, just in the short time I've been aware of him over the last few years, has gotten better on this issue, has learned that, oh, parts of my liberal Zionist ideas don't hold up. And I do think that he is moving farther to the left on this issue in a positive direction. But I'm still criticizing this overall idea because I think this interview is actually a really great way to deconstruct this. So I do think there's hope for Brad yet,
Vote. But I believe that when occupation ends, then it can be Jewish and democratic. And that's what I am going to be I'm fighting for.
Why are you not just a...
It's the same kind of bargaining that got us the ACA instead of true universal health care. No, it's not the same at all. He is learning individually. The bargaining that got us the ACA was Obama specifically trying to forge an alliance with Republicans in order to get them to like him, and it failed utterly. This is not the same thing in any respect.
Zionist. Why do you say liberal Zionist? What do you think the difference is?
I mean, the Declaration of Independence that founded Israel says it would be a place for the ingathering of exiles and full civil and political rights for everyone living there. But Palestinians living in the West Bank facing...
Yeah, like a few years ago, he refused to call it a genocide. Absolutely, like he's getting better. And I do think he'll get there eventually. But I do want folks to recognize the liberal Zionism label as largely a step towards deconstructing this idea entirely.
settler terrorism, or living in refugee camps in Gaza because their schools and hospitals were destroyed.
This interview was so gross, Dana Bash is basically trying to call him a bad Jew over and over while making a confused face. Well, yeah, of course she is, right? But also, he's doing a really good job defending his position and making folks who disagree with him on this look kind of like monsters. At least folks who disagree with him on the right.
They don't have full political and civil rights, so it is not living up to its founding vision. And to me, believing in Jewish and democratic means you got to fight for the human rights of Palestinians at the same time as you fight for the safety of Jews. I guess maybe a shorthand way of saying it is, I don't think Israelis will be safe until Palestinians are free, and they both need that.
Can I just ask you point blank?
And I do think that, like, okay, like, just from a logistical point of view, if the Palestinian state were to comprise the occupied territories, you know, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, Gaza, would would there just be like a giant subway station that stops in those three areas that like people take? It's connected underground because, again, the Israeli military really hates tunnels, specifically when it comes to Palestinians. So, like, realistically, there's not even like a logistical path forward for a two-state solution when it comes to just the geography of the area. You know, we've talked about this in the past. B'Tselem did a great breakdown of the apartheid situation in for Palestinians in the occupied territories. Essentially how they're systematically cut off from different settlements, different towns, different cities, how there are checkpoints, how you have different rights depending on which city you get born into, etc. Like, there's a whole host of things going on here that logistically make it impossible for a Palestinian state to exist. Like, what are you gonna have Israel dismantle all of the settlements where hundreds of thousands of Israelis now live? That's probably not going to fly. But what could fly is simply saying, okay, one state solution, everyone is enfranchised, everyone has equal rights. We're going to bring in, UN peacekeepers who are going to, be able to make sure that like settler violence ends. Like that's kind of where we're at as, like, in my mind, the only viable path forward from where we're at.
Do you not call yourself a Zionist because it is a term that many people on the hard left have started to use as a slur against Jews?
Well, no, I mean, a liberal Zionist is a Zionist. I just want to make clear I'm not a Zionist like Ben-Gvir or Smotrich who want to eliminate Palestinians. So that's why I say it.
You can be an American and...
Yeah, and like, that's a honestly fair distinction.
Learn. It's really hard to grow and unpack things at all, but to have to unpack things under the eyes of a constituency? We are seeing change that happens normally privately.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big change for him to make. He's doing it. He's not, like, obviously I'd prefer it if he, aligned with me 100% tomorrow, but that's unlikely to happen. But I do think he is getting there. Also, Cardstockcaster, thank you for the 2 $5 donos. Very much appreciate the support. Let's keep on going.
Not believe in what Donald Trump believes in.
To me, that's what I am here. I believe in the vision of a Jewish and democratic Israel, but it's got to change if it's going to be that. Just like, yes, this country.
Can I ask you one other question on this? Because you talked about genocide and you talked about occupying Gaza. And I've also heard you talk about the fact that Israel went too far after October 7th. What would you have wanted Israel to do when a bunch of civilians, about 1,200, maybe 900 civilians also?
You know, I think the perfect answer to this is just to say, you know, Dana, I'm not entirely sure, but it wouldn't include doing a genocide.
Members of the military, kibbutzniks, these were peaceniks like
Absolutely.
you, who lived on the border with Gaza because they were desperate for Palestinian rights, and they were murdered brutally. If you were asked what would you do in response, what would you have done?
I mean, let me first clarify. I think Hamas committed an act of genocidal terrorism on October 7th, and there had to be a response. I mean, priority one should have been return of the hostages, getting them back to their families, and that I think would have been done faster with a political deal. And yes, accountability for the Hamas militants who conducted October 7th, 100%.
They claim.
But not.
I mean, like, I'm not opposed to what he's talking about here. Yesterday, my friend shared her ideal vision, what I think is actually a very sensible position. One state solution, but Jerusalem as an independent city-state led by an interfaith council. This would remove a lot of religious tension due to it being a holy city in 3 major religions. Thoughts? I think that there would be a lot of problems putting together an interfaith council, specifically in Jerusalem. You know, I don't think that would remove the religious tension.
Killing 5,000 Palestinian kids under 5 and destroying.
When Israel says that they tried hard to avoid this. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
I'm just playing genocide advocate here, Brad.
Civilians, but Hamas is
like, can we just like back that up and listen to that, like, the incredible transition between what he was saying and what she interrupted to say?
1,000 Palestinians abducted October 7th, 100%.
They claim
but not
that
killing 5,000 Palestinian kids under 5 and destroying.
When Israel says that they tried.
Brad's like, you can't condone killing 5,000 children under the age of 5. And she's just like, but Israel says that they try to avoid this. And it's just like, fuck you, Dana. Fuck, that's evil.
They tried hard to avoid this. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. Oh, the murderers said they tried hard to avoid doing the murders. They just couldn't help themselves. Okay. Yeah, they tried so hard that they created a targeting algorithm using AI in order to target supposed Hamas agents when they went home to their families. They tried so hard to avoid killing women and children that they literally bombed homes that they knew had family members inside.
The civilians, but Hamas.
Look, guys, that evil terrorist, he took 5 people hostage, but the solution here is just to kill all 6 people. Kill the terrorist and the 5 hostages. Bada bing, bada boom. Which you might think, oh, well, they couldn't possibly be making that decision, like, consciously, and yet, let's just pull this up here. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. See here. Here we go. Found it.
In Israel. I don't think it's.
God. So here is Ryan Grimm reporting on leaked October 7th tapes with the Israeli military ordering the Hannibal Directive to be used, which is the order that is given to kill anybody taken by Hamas along with the Hamas folks. Basically, the idea being you shoot to kill both Israelis and members of Hamas.
October 7th, as the army is putting together its plan for a counterattack and for a defense and then a counterattack. So let's roll this, and then we can kind of read it for you. Right now, one person says, I would bomb the entire Gaza border, hit them with a blow so they'd have a real problem. It looks like they're on it, somebody else says. I wrote this to Amir. They're not even getting fighter helicopters. He says, no, on Gaza, break it all apart, along with the soldiers who were abducted.
Yeah.
Like that, and the helicopters were dispatched, and you see a lot of the result of what those helicopters did. And then Ben-Gvir comes in and says, wait, are you filming me? You could film when I give you permission.
Please take this out.
So that's when they
Yeah, that is a camera recording in a room where they're giving the order to the Israeli military to kill Israeli civilians and soldiers. So, just as an FYI. They tried doesn't really carry water when you know that an order has already been given to kill both Israeli and Palestinians.
Is so evil that it hid those terrorists and the weapons inside civilian population centers.
War crimes don't justify other war crimes, and destroying every single school.
Yeah, like Brad Lander is correct on this. Like, he might be a liberal Zionist, but this is the correct position. Like, you don't say, oh, you did a war crime, well, that means we get to do a genocide. That's not how this works.
And hospital and mosque and community center in Gaza, and still occupying 70% of Gaza, in addition to being a violation of international law, is just not working. This isn't actually going to make Israelis safe.
Can I ask you about today? You endorsed Abdul al-Sayed, who's running against Haley Stevens in Michigan. They're running to be the Democratic nominee.
I do think she's moving on here specifically because he knocked it out of the park here for the most part, outside of, failing to use the best possible language.
For Senate there. He was asked by my colleague, Isaac Dovere.
Yeah, the hard left is called hard because we just are really hard against genocide.
If someone could be a Zionist and a progressive, here's what he said. Every definition of a Jewish state ends up in some articulation of illiberal values, every single one. How did you square what you just said about believing in the notion of a democratic Israel and what he said?
Well, wait a minute, Dana. Wait just 1 minute. Hold it! That's not what you guys were talking about earlier. You guys weren't talking about a democratic Israel. You were talking about a democratic Jewish state. There's a difference, because Israel could be democratic, truly democratic, if it was willing to enfranchise everyone within the borders it controls. And if they're not willing to do that, it's worth questioning the validity of their status as a democracy.
Which is, there is no such thing.
I mean, we disagree on that. That's how I square it. Now, we agree on a lot of...
For you that
well,
you would say that
look, I met Abdul
endorsement?
through our dear mutual friend Adi Barkan, this amazing activist who died of ALS, courageously championing Medicare for all. And I don't think anybody's going to fight as hard to fulfill Adi's vision of healthcare for everybody as Abdul al-Sayed, and fight to get money out of politics. We disagree on this. Now, I believe that he cares about fighting for the safety of Jews in Michigan and the human rights and dignity of Israelis. He believes in a binational state with equal rights for all its people. I believe in two states, one majority of Jews with equal.
See, like this is the thing, right? I think we can win him over. You know, it might be a longer term project, but by and large, he is aligned with us on a great number of things. Now, because there's not a set core principle for what it means to be a liberal Zionist, that might not be true of everyone who uses that moniker. But when it comes to Brad Lander in particular, I think that there is work he can do with us and that we can eventually get him over. Is a binational state Zionist or anti-Zionist? A binational state is a one-state solution. So it would be effectively an anti-Zionist position.
Rights for its Palestinian minority, one, a majority of Palestinians with equal rights for its minority Jews.
You're going to have to get
That's
Hamas
a
out for
difference. Of course we are, and a lot else is going to have to change. We're going to have to get Netanyahu out, and Ben Gvir and Smotrich out, and Hamas out.
And also most of the Knesset as it currently stands, because like 95% of it is also in the bag for this genocidal shit.
It's a difference that we have, but at the base level, you don't compromise on anyone's humanity. And
you don't think by him not believing in what you believe in the notion of a Jewish state of Israel compromises your humanity?
I don't. I mean, he's been clear that he wants full and equal civil rights and human rights for Israelis and Palestinians and for Jews. We have a difference in how we approach achieving it, but I believe that there's a room to work together.
Yeah, I largely agree with him on that, and I do think that we can win him over given some time.
Just one other question on the question of Zionism, because I've been listening to some of the podcasts that you're on and watching some of your interviews, and you talk about how you get attacked from the left, of which you are a part, being called a Zionist baby killer. And
I do hope that it comes across that I'm not attacking Brad Lander, but I do have like a solid criticism of his position as a liberal Zionist. I think he could do better on that, by ceasing to be a liberal Zionist and instead embracing like a one-state solution and agreeing with me. But, barring getting that completely, I think that aligning with him on 95% of the other things is genuinely a huge improvement over what we have now.
And on the right, or maybe in the Jewish world, calling you a capo, which for people who don't know, those were the Jews who were helping keep the peace, so to speak, in the...
Jesus Christ. I think Dana's maybe bringing this up because she's big mad at this man.
The Nazi concentration camps. And I ask this because this word Zionist has been turned into a slur by a lot.
I'm sorry, it's not a slur. It describes a very specific settler colonial ideology. In the same way, Manifest Destiny is not considered a slur in America. It's considered shorthand for the American mythology built to facilitate, colonialism. And like that's what and settlement. That's what Zionism is here. And I would agree with that take, Comrade Girl. The term Zio is a slur. You shouldn't use it. It's been too tainted by folks in the KKK like David Duke. Don't use it. But Zionism and Zionist, those are specific terms for people who have a settler colonial mindset, specifically about the state of Israel. And obviously it's okay to have a name for this ideology and to oppose it.
Of people, and you talk about how you have experienced that yourself. Deborah Lipstadt, who is a world-renowned scholar on these issues, I asked her, she said, I do believe that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. However, I also believe that anti-Zionism has morphed into its own kind of demonization and hatred, a prejudice all its own.
This entire interview is an attempt to put a wedge into the left. Like, unironically, folks, when you see an interview like this, and this, by the way, applies not just to this interview, but also to like smaller content creators across the internet that make content like this, where what Dana Bash is trying to do here is drive a wedge. She's trying to say, you cannot cooperate with anti-Zionists like Abdul El-Sayed. You know? This is an attempt to fracture the progressive movement. And don't fall for it. Don't fall for this idea. And it gets pushed by folks on YouTube too. Like, you know, I think maybe Jimmy Dore might be an example of this. There are a bunch of folks on YouTube that push stuff along these lines. And I always find it very gross.
So I disagree with that also. I mean, Zionist can be used as a slur, and believe me.
And by the way, I find it gross because it's the exact kind of thing that the US government in the past would do with paid ops. You know? It's the exact thing that the US government in the past would like pay agitators to go into leftist groups to do. It's just that Dana Bash, as a member of the press, is doing it for clicks and giggles. You know? And so, all of that being said here, like, what's happening is right out of a playbook for how to destroy a political movement. You get it to do infighting. You know, it's what Chris Rufo has been doing on the national stage for years. When he came up with critical race theory and trans youth in sports and DEI as avenues of attack, you know? That's what's happening here. And just be on the lookout, because when we talk about ops, when we talk about, you know, folks being feds, it's not because they're actually working for the federal government. It's because they're doing what a corrupt federal government would want them to do. What a corrupt, capitalist would want them to do to weaken the overall movement.
If you look in my mentions, I hear it that way. But, you know, my son, is named after this guy, Marek Edelman, who was a Bundist, a Jewish democratic socialist in the Warsaw Ghetto, who helped lead the Warsaw Ghetto uprising like that. So seriously, I take the legacy of Jews who fought Nazis. He was not a Zionist. He didn't believe in a sovereign Jewish state. Even Albert Einstein, who they asked to be the president of Israel, wanted it to be safe for Jewish life in present Israel and Palestine, but he worried that Jewish sovereignty would have dangerous consequences. So there are anti-Zionists who...
Also worth noting, Albert Einstein was a socialist. There we go. Soundbite didn't drop on time.
are members of my synagogue who I can tell you are absolutely not anti-Semitic, who care about the safety of Jews, who don't believe that the state is making Jews safer. That's not my position, but I don't think it's anti-Semitic.
Let's look ahead to 2028. What do you expect and want from a Democratic candidate for president?
First and foremost, a vision of an economy that works for working people, a vision for healthcare and housing and childcare that people can afford. Folks are desperate. They feel the system.
And that Albert Einstein's name, Albert Einstein. And then everyone clapped.
Is rigged against them. Now they see like AI data centers poisoning their water and taking their jobs. A vision that works for working people. A vision for political reform. We're going to have to do something about the Supreme Court, about gerrymandering, about money in politics. And also a hopeful energy, I have to tell you, like what's been moving in New York since the Knicks won and we have the World Cup. There's a hopeful energy that Mayor Mamdani's been able to tap into. I wanted something like that for our country as a whole.
Going back to our discussion before, there are I think, at least a trio, maybe more, of potential candidates in 2028 who are Jewish. You have Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, JB.
You know, can I just say this is weird. This feels like a weird question to me. There are you're Jewish, and there are a handful of Jewish candidates running. So? Like what? And?
Pritzker, Illinois, Senator Ossoff, Senator from Georgia, and Rahm Emanuel, they're all critical of Prime Minister Netanyahu, but they all believe in Israel's right to exist and have stopped short of calling what's happening in Gaza genocide. Do you think that somebody with those views and that religion could be the nominee for president in the Democratic Party?
I do. I think it's going to require clarity that we need a reset in the U.S. relationship with Israel. I think saying we're not going to continue to provide the 2,000-pound bombs that destroyed Gaza, that we're going to insist on human rights and international law compliance, and we're going to stop aid until that happens, and that Israel has
I do have to be honest. I'll give my thoughts when he's done here.
to step up to recognizing that what's necessary is self-determination for Palestinians and Israelis, a horizon of political mutual recognition and peace. Look, and I'm happy to explain to any of them why I think Raphael Lemkin, the Polish Jew and Holocaust survivor who developed the term genocide, the Lemkin Institute considers what's happening there a genocide, like Omer Bartov, an amazing Israeli Holocaust
scholar.
scholar.
A litmus test?
I don't think it's a litmus test. I think it's something useful for people to look at.
Yeah, it's really disgusting. I agree with you, Rosebud Butterfly. It is truly disgusting to tie all of the faiths of those different potential Democratic candidates for president in 2028 to their stances on Israel, right? It's the exact danger that even liberal Zionist Brad Lander here warns against at the beginning of this interview. It makes Jewish people less safe to do this.
And grapple and reckon with. We've spent thousands of years as the victims. It's a rough grappling with what it means in some ways to be a perpetrator. I think it's a useful dialogue for American Jews to have, but I don't think it's a litmus test in the presidential race. I do think a reset in the U.S.-Israel relationship is.
Brad Lander, thanks for sticking around. Thank you for coming in.
The View. All right. The View jump scare. Goodness. Now, folks, it's like this entire interview was one big hit piece. It was an attempt to, ostracize Brad Lander, to damage him or drive a wedge into the progressive movement. Don't take that bait. Don't take that bait, chat. You don't have to do it. You do not, in fact, have to take that bait, right? And so you can be critical of the liberal Zionist perspective and ideology. I certainly am. But also recognize that guy's moving in our direction. The inertia here is bringing him towards us, right? And, I wish he would straight up fire back and call her out for disgusting baiting. It'd be really cathartic, but there's a reason why he doesn't, right? He's cultivated this Mr. Rogers, soft-spoken, affect, and if he did that, it would kind of run counter to what he's cultivated there. But I do think that at every available opportunity, he made her look disgusted, right? He made her look disgusting for asking these questions in that way. Because what he's doing out there is he's talking about, they slaughtered 5,000 children under the age of 5. And Dana Bash is just oh yeah, but they're so careful about it. It's just what do you... What are you talking about? This is actual monster shit from you. Like, this should be disqualifying. Like, this should get her, in a sane and just world, fired from her job. You know? Is Brad trying to take a third perspective on Israel-Palestine? Yeah. It's called, liberal Zionism. It's the idea of, like, you still believe in the Zionist project of an ethnically Jewish state in the form of Israel, but you believe in doing it the right way, kind of a benevolent Zionism as opposed to a destructive and invasive settler colonial version. It's, the settler colonialism that somehow uplifts everybody and isn't predicated on ethnic cleansings. The problem is that when you have an ethnic state or an ethno state that has policies to enforce the fact that it's an ethno state and a definitional prerogative to maintain itself as an ethno state, what you're setting up are mechanisms for, mass expulsions, ethnic cleansings, genocides, etc. You can build this system with the best of intentions, but when you have at its heart a certain element of, like, out of necessity or malevolence or whatever however you want to interpret it, ethnic superiority or ethnic primacy, like, there's going to be a whole host of effects that out of necessity must exist, and that's where I think he's incorrect in his viewpoints on Zionism. And I do think that he's on our side. I do think we can fix him. And right now, our entire job is to get over the finish line with as many vehicles as can make it. And his vehicle might have sprung a few leaks, but you know what? I believe he can make it over the finish line. We can make the country better and continue having that conversation. And hopefully he'll come around on it. But that being said, in the meantime, he's open to cutting off arms and ammunition to Israel. He's open to ostracizing them. He's open to ending the genocide and using U.S. foreign policy to do so, the full might of the U.S. state to do so. And I think that that is emphatically a win, and a win that we should not be passing up. So, all that being said, if you got anything out of this, folks, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, because you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you guys. And leave a comment. Let me know what you guys think about, my take on liberal Zionism, where it might fail, where it could be strengthened. Curious about your input. And folks, also, get organized. Join your local DSA. Join your local Dems. All right? If you need help taking those first steps, because we know they can be scary, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, we also have a link down below for Progressive Victory, where you can volunteer to knock on doors, do phone banks, text banks, etc., all across the country for a variety of left-wing candidates. Go check them out as well. You can do it, a lot of it, right from the comfort of your very own home. Go check it out. All right? And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got a restock of all the sizes, and we have a new color available. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Poof. We did it, folks. We did it. What's your take on the Jerusalem Declaration on anti-Semitism? I don't know what it is. I assume it's based out of Jerusalem, and it's saying anti-Semitism is bad. All right, folks. We've been going for almost 2 hours now. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. and drop those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because we are currently at 132 subs. We've been making some progress today, folks, but it's been a slow day. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying the show. Hopefully, folks will continue to make this show possible. Today I learned sometimes Democrats have good ideas. It is wild, but it has been known to happen. All right, Max Danger, thank you for stepping up with that gifted membership. Hell yeah. That's the BWA energy we needed. Tickets to the gun show. William Mathis, thank you for the $2 super chat. Boom. God. Lydia Wilderman, you can reach out to Jenny Wolferson on the Discord. She is a Progressive Victory community organizer. If you're having trouble with that aspect, the link does make you sign in with Discord because they need to verify that you're a real person. But if Jenny, if anyone can help you, Jenny can help you, and you can at her in the Discord. Boo. Hubba hubba, I mean hi. Guys, my muscles aren't that good yet. Didn't know Riverboat was jacked. Can I tell you something I'm vaguely embarrassed about? My pre-transition life. Also, Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. I don't know why the alerts aren't going off. I mean, refresh, but thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Let's fucking go. Hell yeah. El Salve, there we go. Okay, but the sound is not going. Or maybe the sound is going to come after. Let's check. I refreshed the plugin. Peacer, thank you for the $2 super chat. Will I support a Jurassic Park in Jerusalem? No. They don't deserve it. It's beautiful. Let me know if you need help, Captain. I'm certified to be a trainer. I'm actually doing pretty okay right now. My goal is 5 days a week, 30 plus minutes of cardio, and then every other day doing some lifting, just with free weights and nothing too heavy. But prior to my transition, I was really into weightlifting, and my friends at the time called me the Mini Hulk because I was tiny but very strong, and that's so yeah. I used 60-pound
They may not deserve it,
dumbbells.
but sometimes life finds a way.
Anime Sidekick Gal, thank you for the $5 super chat, and that's true. Sometimes life does find a way, or does find a way. Bicep and tricep workouts will give you those showy muscles for sure. Yeah. Estrogen is the anti-strength juice. Yeah, but I was terrified for years to actually get serious about doing strength exercising again. So I just avoided it. But I started lifting again because it's been I don't know, 10 years since I was lifting weights, and it got to the point where I'm just I want to be able to use 15-pound dumbbells and for it to not be like extraordinarily difficult. And the amount of strength I've lost is insane. But like I was very, very self-conscious, and I was really worried that if I worked out, I would be too muscly. But I think that I think that I'm gonna be okay if I work out a little bit as a treat. That's half of me in your fucking dumbbell. That's wild. I was very strong. I got into exactly one fight in high school, and it's because I hit another kid in the back of the head with a golf frisbee, you know, like one of those small, thin, weighted ones. And he was just mad as shit. I got into one exact fight, and I was just completely fucking yoked at that point, and also just heavily built. And so he threw himself at me, but he was smaller than me, and he tried to wrestle me to the ground, and I just like stood there apologizing as he tried to fight me. That's the story of the one fight I've been in. You can be a strong woman? Yeah, that's kind of the piece I've come to for myself. You want to look more femme, lift heavy? The old adage among trainers is lift like a man to look like a goddess. Fuck yeah. I've seen those booties. Eventually, I might level up to needing like a gym membership to have more than just free weights, but for now, I just want to get into the habit, you know? Got no immune system these days, which makes it a lot harder to go on runs as I did prior to transitioning. Side note, unfortunately, I can no longer get even Shadow HRT because Sweden sucks. So fun. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Neuro Riot. That fucking sucks. I recently got an exercise bike though, so I can do more at home easier. Fuck yeah, exercise bikes are great. Young Jack bigger than young Hassan. I don't know. I feel like Hassan probably could have lifted more than me. Wait, I might be older. I think I'm older than Hassan. So, you know what? Maybe I was more built than Hassan at that point. We must return. We must return to the good times when I was larger than Hassan. It's true. I always lifted lower weights with more reps for tone over bulk. That's kind of what I've always prioritized too, but more with like my with squats in particular. He's 34. I'm 34. Damn it. He probably was bigger than me. He's tall as fuck. Shit. All right. Also, I accidentally clicked on this video, but I am actually curious, so we're going to cover it. Y'all ready to jump into another segment? It doesn't work like that? Wait, like doing more reps doesn't like tone your muscles? If you want to get manly muscles, you lift light with high volume reps? Huh, interesting. Like, so if I'm just doing body weight exercises, for example, that just builds, like, that's building like larger muscle. Interesting. When is my birthday? It's in August. Oh, body weight exercises is different? Okay. Hello, Dragonfly. All right, we're doing it. Here we go. So, folks, I'm very curious to know what the High Council of Politics in America thinks about the prospects of AOC running for president in 2028. Because, of course, I'm not the only person who saw AOC mog the camera when asked unexpectedly if she was planning to run for president and, ineffectively demur. Let's see what the what the queens of daytime television have to say. All right? These are the real power players in America's democracy.
So Democrats are searching for their presidential candidate for 2028, and both sides of the aisle are giving their predictions.
I'm sorry, I know that I just started this, but I have to pause it because I know you can't really see it where you're at, but right down here in the lower corner, right off the screen, like right there, there's a baby Yoda for some reason. Why is there a baby Yoda on their set? Why why do they got Grogu there?
Let's watch.
The leading Democrat for 28. I think it's got to be AOC.
What's your response to that? I mean,
Well, yeah, you're gonna fucking run. Don't play coy.
you know, I hope he is. That's what I'll say.
Bernie Sanders will be extremely old by the end of his term if he does run and win. But there's some theories about how he could finesse that. He's got a ton of energy. He's not a normal 80-something. Now, having had two 80-something presidents, the country's not really in the mood for someone.
You know, that's true. Just real quick. This is from 2 months ago. He's out there playing some basketball. Look at him go. Look at him go. Sinking those shots. Still fucking got it.
That old, but as a force to win the nomination, I believe he's extremely strong.
You know, you want somebody who follows the Constitution, not somebody who wrote it.
Boom. Got him. He's old. Got him. But you know what? You got him, but he's still sinking them shots.
I could talk. He's the same age as
Yeah, fucking Grogu behind her. Why?
me, and I would not run for president. I don't have the energy to do such a job like that.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like...
Neither does Trump. Has it stopped him?
No, because, it's not... No. It's not that. I have the energy, actually, but I don't have the desire.
Like, it's taking me out of every single time they cut to Joy Behar here. Because genuinely, every single time they cut to her, there's just this little baby Yoda in the corner. But there's nothing weird in the background for any of the other, like, people. So I'm just, like, constantly... I'm just constantly looking at the background to see if they have other little interests and knickknacks. It'd be cool if they did.
Yeah. You can't go through life with the same level of ambition that you had when you were 30 years old. Right. Our best presidents, I mean, here the Barack Obama was 47, Ulysses S. Grant, 46. Bill Clinton, 46. John Kennedy, 43. Theodore Roosevelt, 42. Okay? LBJ was 51. Clinton, 46. FDR, 51.
Yeah.
Between 30 and 60, those are the wonder years to run for president. We love Bernie. I mean, I think he's a great senator, but come on.
Well, and no reference to what condition Bernie Sanders is in. I think the best take on this is you just can't sell this right now to the country. With the President Biden debacle followed by what we're witnessing with President Trump, the country needs to be excited. They need to be hopeful. They need to be unified. Someone needs to inspire them. That kind of pitch of like, we're going to put out Bernie Sanders, and no shade against him personally, I don't necessarily agree with him with his policies, but it's not just him personally. It's the country has gone through this twice, and I think we're done. Like,
what was the other one, Reagan?
No, I'm saying that on the heels of President Biden and now President Trump, to put up Bernie Sanders, who will be 86 when he runs. Like,
and 90 when he's done.
Yeah. I just think it's not personally against how that age matches, because everyone looks different, acts different, has different energy levels, but the country has been deeply disappointed. And I think we need a unifying spirit come together, someone who inspires, and I just don't think that's going to come in
funny
Bernie
though,
Sanders.
ironically, Bernie Sanders, who's been barnstorming the country, doing a lot of campaign events, a lot of them with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, actually does energize, does inspire, does mobilize voters out. But let's also consider the source. Bernie Sanders is not saying he's running. Nobody's putting Bernie Sanders out. I do think that Bernie Sanders is going to have a role. I think he's going, he's very influential. He's going to put his finger in the scale, but I don't expect him to run.
I think his policies are more relevant now than ever before, because we are experiencing this affordability crisis. We need our healthcare to be better. We need our schools to be better. We have the erasure of history going on. So I think that the platform that he has always, put forward is very attractive to Gen Z, younger voters,
relevant.
and quite frankly relevant, because it's Medicare for all, housing as a human right, justice for workers and small businesses, elevate public education, Green New Deal, women's rights, support LGBTQ plus rights. I mean, I think this platform is the Democratic platform to move forward.
But that
no
list
question.
that you just gave, the right wing at the moment is calling that communism. Basically.
Well, it's not.
I mean, you do have to break it down beyond a platitude. What does housing for all mean? I don't want to see anyone unhoused either, but
It
does
means
that mean
protect current
federally...
occupants, repair public housing, and build affordable housing.
Well, yeah, that's the bipartisan housing bill that Republicans and Democrats voted for, and our president just needs to sign into law. Listen, I think that Bernie Sanders will absolutely have a force within who is chosen to ultimately be the nominee. Right now, we're seeing it. These DSA, these Democratic Socialist candidates, are very much where the energy of the Democratic base is, but there are downsides to that. What happens is when you have some of these far-left politicians meddling in and kind of getting involved in primaries, you have what happened with Graham Plattner. You have somebody who may energize people.
Again, this is like a false argument to make, right? Because this happened with Eric Swalwell, who's like as establishment as it gets, right? The real truth is you have no idea what is in any of these elected officials' closets, really, at the end of the day. And so when we're talking about this, like, a lot of folks in Washington, D.C. have skeletons in their closet. I don't think this is a reason to not run leftist candidates.
But isn't properly vetted, didn't go through a full process. So I think there's a place where he can influence the discussion perhaps around affordability and taking on billionaires. But my hot take of the moment is the most likely person to be the Democratic nominee is Kamala Harris. In every poll, she is still, it's usually her and Gavin Newsom neck and neck.
I have a list here.
She's usually ahead. If I may just finish.
I have a better list.
She is usually ahead.
I love her. She was great, but she didn't win one time. What makes you think she's going to win again?
I find it hard to believe that based on the money she...
No, like fuck, we can't do this again. We cannot she had her moment, she fucked it up, and she got taken advantage of in the election. She refused to talk about trans rights, so she got shellacked on trans rights. She refused to talk about making the economy work for working people, and she got shellacked on that too.
Raised, the name ID she has, and I don't think the party would pass over her for a generic white man.
I like John Ossoff. He's 39 years old.
Yeah.
I like Josh Shapiro, 53.
Yeah, I do think John Ossoff is a dark horse candidate that I think could do very, very well in the upcoming election.
years old.
I love Josh
Gavin
Shapiro.
Newsom, 58.
That's the problem.
And J.B. Pritzker, 61.
What about Pete Buttigieg? What about Pete Buttigieg?
Asif is a Zionist, but he's also been successfully pressured to modify his position on Israel over time. You know? And unfortunately, what the women on The View think about the different candidates is unfortunately very influential. So...
Wes Moore, there are some people that are just...
God, Wes Moore is one of the most unimpressive candidates I've seen. Wes Moore, like, Gavin Newsom, Josh Shapiro, these guys shouldn't run. Ruben Gallego shouldn't run. Like, I do think AOC could pull it out. I also think that Kamala Harris might be able to do it, but my heart isn't ready for that.
Like,
Wes Moore is good.
I can't do it.
Phenomenal, and this is one of the things I love about him.
We all love Buttigieg. Are they going to vote for a gay guy?
I am not going to break the party down based on they.
Also, Pete Buttigieg needs more time to cook. I'm sorry, like he needs to stop running for president for like another 10 years.
Don't vote for gay white women. I think the identity reduces the charisma of the character, the person in front of us.
You're not in reality.
No,
I don't think that's reality.
Guess what?
That isn't reality.
I wish that's what we did.
I wish
People
that's
were
what this
sitting
country
around
was
when
about.
President Obama won and said, "We're so ready for a black president." No, he blew it out of the park, and everyone was like, "And there we go."
Yeah, and you know what?
You show
and after
them what
President
they're ready
Obama,
for.
you know what we got? We got Trump. We got a white lash against a black president. That's what we got.
Yeah, you know what?
And this country, I wish this country, after 250 years, were beyond identity, but we are not. And we need to be realistic. And as a Democratic Party, we need to win. We need to get this country back.
There's not going to be
I like the bolero she's wearing.
one great candidate. I think you're going to see in the...
I do think she's also fundamentally correct, which is that the Democratic Party needs to fucking win elections. What about Beto O'Rourke? Beto O'Rourke couldn't win an election in Texas. He's not going to be, like, the next president.
Democratic nomination, I think you're going to see on the stage 10, 12, 15...
Honestly, I think Beto O'Rourke should, once again, run against Ted Cruz, just because I think it would be very fucking funny.
15 great candidates, and the people are going to get to vote. I think you are going to see a gay man. I think you are going to see a black woman. I think you are going to see...
But who's going to win, is the question.
Yeah, of course you're going to see all those people run for president. That's not a take. That's just like a fact.
They're going to duke it out. The one who runs the best campaign and who energizes the voters.
Maybe I'm too old at this point for this conversation, but I've been watching this country for a long time, and you've got to be in reality. This past few years that Trump has been in office, he's practically destroying democracy. Yeah. This is an emergency we're in.
Correct.
We can't play...
See, like, these are indicative of the kinds of liberal ladies that are going to go out on the streets on No Kings to protest. And who are like, this is an emergency. It's an emergency, everybody. Guys, it's an emergency. Democracy is under assault. We need to mobilize. Because if we don't, we might have to mobilize again in the future, and then the blood will run in the streets to water the tree of liberty. We have to mobilize. Like, this truly is Evelyn Normie Lib made flesh. This is what The View is. The View is what Evelyn Normie Lib consumes for her serious political knowledge base. You know?
Around.
Obama gave Democrats the playbook for how to win. There was a moment when Republicans thought we may never win a national election again because he got the working class together. He got black voters. He was able to bring a coalition that looked undefeatable.
Who's that?
But Barack Obama. The problem is Democrats have lost working class voters. They need somebody who could speak to bringing that constituency back. And what it is, this is where I warn about Bernie. It is not going ultra far left on social issues. It's talking about affordability. It's having actual proposals that can get through Congress
Do you really think
and change
that
people's lives.
John
Why do you sound like Chuck Schumer with that impression? I don't know. I was going for older lady from New York or New Jersey. It's a very inconsistent accent.
Ossoff and Josh Shapiro and Gavin and Pritzker are not for all of those things.
No,
they
I'm
are
not
for
She's saying the
healthcare.
leaning. I'm talking about the Bernie Sanders wing of the party.
But,
Those are all great.
Joy,
candidates.
I'm saying that these people.
I hate it when I hear you say that it's got to be like a white man, because I then feel that it becomes like a self-fulfilling prophecy. And
I do hate that this entire conversation is around like what race and religion can win the White House in 2028. Like, God, what an indictment on our current political state, where it's just like, let's talk about the race, ethnicity, and religion of these candidates to see who the American people will be willing to stomach voting for in spite of their prejudices.
I'm not that powerful, Anna.
No, yeah, but you've got you know, millions of people watch us on a daily basis, and you are a feminist. You have fought to break glass ceilings.
She's also a realist.
I know, but what I'm saying is, I'm not going to tell little black children or little Latino children or little girls that they can't run and become president one day.
Yeah, all the children who are watching this at home during
exactly
the day.
did Obama teach them? Burn every single bridge and destroy every single form of grassroots organization the moment you win. Because you need no one but yourself and your drones?
Indeed. Cardstockcaster, thank you for the $5 dono. Why is the one conservative talking about working class and all the liberals are talking about identity? You know, genuinely because these types of liberal women have certain ideas about who can and cannot succeed when it comes to politics, right? And their lens is that effectively your race, your religion, your class, all of that is very important to whether or not you as a candidate can get elected. And I'm not going to disagree that when it comes to the broader American electorate, those things do play a role. I just don't think they're the end-all be-all. You know, I think that anyone in America with the correct positions and the correct amount of like charisma, the correct campaign strategy, I think anybody can win. But I do think that like they're very wealthy liberals who are having like who are basically kind of mired in like this identity politics, which like normally like I'm all for, but the fact that when we're talking about a presidential election, we're talking about these characteristics rather than policy, I find deeply troubling.
Wait, in all likelihood,
Can I defend myself?
yeah. But then can I say something after?
I am not saying that. I am saying that we are in a burning building right now. That's all I'm saying.
That only a white man can save us from?
Also, I get where Joy Behar is coming from. I do.
I'm talking about winning. What is this country going to do when they really get down to it?
And by the way, I do
That's
think
all.
today
The future, it belongs to every child, every color, every nationality. Great.
But what you're saying is what? That the only people that can save us from the burning building is a white man?
Do
That
consider,
only a white man
too,
can get
that
elected.
we're not running against Donald Trump in the next election, and I think...
Yeah, honestly, the fact that they opened this up with, like, AOC, the AOC clip, and then barely talked about AOC at all in this entire discussion is very strange to me.
Most likely Republican candidate is Marco Rubio, a Cuban American, so keep that in mind, too.
Ugh.
Oh, he's forgotten he's Latino, not saying a damn thing while people getting deported.
He's the one deporting them.
I mean, if you put up Obama again, the argument is moot. But you know, you're going to have to get somebody that good.
Well, he served 2 terms, and Obama's living his best life.
Yeah, have you seen him lately? He looks great.
Who gives a shit? All right. Thanks, ladies from The View. But yeah, genuinely, I'm disappointed in the lack of even considering AOC here, because I do think that she is the, you know, if John Ossoff is the dark horse candidate, like, AOC is the sleeper sensation, you know? she's like, AOC, to my mind, is the only person in the field who is capable of marshaling and turning out younger voters in a way that is absolutely necessary to win the presidency. Right? John Ossoff, I consider the dark horse because I've seen how liberals online react to John Ossoff. You know, they think he's handsome, they think he's well put together, he says the right things, but his policy positions are lacking, for sure. And in a lot of ways, that's kind of preferable to a lot of establishment folk. I have no doubt that there would be very little trouble coalescing around a John Ossoff run for the presidency. But I do think that AOC has the juice. This is a unique window of opportunity. You know? John Ossoff could very well be American Justin Trudeau. I mean, I think that's the most likely outcome. You know, like John Ossoff, I view as kind of like a Mayor Jacob Fry situation, or Mayor Jacob Frey. I always forget how to say his last name. It very well could be that, where he just sucks. But he is someone who sucks in a way that is very palatable to the ladies of The View and people like them. So I'm just saying that because I think that AOC has everything. She's got the policies. She's got the ability to turn out folks. She's got the name recognition. She's got the popularity. She even has a snazzy nickname already built in. You all know who I mean when I say AOC. And I think that as we've gotten closer and closer to the midterms this year, I think it's become very clear that there is a very unique window of opportunity opening up right now for someone like AOC to run. And, you know, the one thing I think we can take away from this is them listing off the ages of past presidents. You know, Ulysses S. Grant got elected at 36. And the AOC age is 36 this year. In 2 more years, she'll be 38. She won't even be the youngest president. She won't even be the youngest U.S. president in history. Oh, sorry, 46. He was 46. Wait, who? 42. She would be the youngest U.S. president. Never mind. I just misheard them listing ages. That's my bad. That's my bad. She would be the youngest president in U.S. history. However, only the youngest by like 4 years, which I think is fine. I think it's fine. Yeah, JFK was 43, but Theodore Roosevelt was 42. Although I guess he technically got elected at 43 because he became president due to McKinley's assassination. So, yeah. I do think that she can make it. I think she can do it. I think she can go the distance. I think we forgot the lessons from the last 5 elections. It's about economic populism, not identity or fringe issues. Well, that's the thing. However, I do think that economic and, you know, your policy positions, they are the most important things. But if it was purely about the strength of your policy positions, then like literally anyone, no matter their Riz level, could be president. No matter their name recognition, could be president. We do know that like having pro-working class policies helps. We also know Having name recognition helps. We also know that, being a demographic that is like largely accepted by the wider electorate helps, and these elements aren't the end all be all, but they do play a factor in, someone's electability, the nebulous conversation that always happens around electability. Authenticity helps. You got to have a whole lot of different factors. But the absence of one of those factors doesn't necessarily doom a campaign. Will AOC be our Lisa Simpson? I mean, I think AOC is more progressive than Lisa Simpson. It's still deeply funny to me that a strong economic left agenda seems to be the one common denominator to wins right now. But the usual people who we constantly see talking about kitchen table issues, centrist corporate Dems and right-wingers, don't seem to be able to put it together. Well, they can't put it together because, like, their entire economic existence depends on them not putting it together. They really, 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 all they had the entire time was socialists and the communists. They're just bad with money, and that's why that's why it never works out. All those ideas are good on paper, but they don't actually work in the real world. And then all of a sudden you've got politicians coming into office, and suddenly those policies are being enacted in the real world, and suddenly, oh wait, people's lives are getting better, and maybe this Mamdani guy is actually pretty dangerous. That's kind of where we're at right now. But anyway, folks, if you got anything out of this, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Kick those corporate Democrats out. Get pro-working class Democrats in. Folks, and if you need help going to those meetings, taking your first step, getting involved, join our Discord, !Discord in any of the chats. And also reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Democrats. And folks, it's really important that you get involved. It is the most political leverage you have at your disposal. It is there for you to reach out and grasp. I know that we've had we are on our way to almost like 100 members in our DSA private communications channel for just like organizing. And you guys are doing great work all the time. And I know folks are getting involved in the Democratic chat as well. Folks, get involved. And also, there's a link down below in the description to check out Progressive Victory. They'll plug you into campaigns to do door knocking, phone banking, text banking, etc. for progressive candidates all across the country. If you want to get outside of your local political zone as well. So do check out all of that, folks. And last but not least, wait a minute. If you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, and leave a comment. There we go. Now, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy lingerie that's non-tucking. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the description. Let's keep going.
I recommend the article, The False Choice Between Identity Politics and Economic Populism, by Michael McCarthy. When it comes to ID poll versus economic populism.
Well, like, that's the thing, right? It's always been a false choice. And also, I do think there is a difference between economic populism and, like, just progressive socialist policies. But the end result is, of course, there's always been this idea that you can either have a world where, people of, either you have equality or you have wages that pay enough for people to live on. For some reason, people keep saying you can't have both. And part of the reason people keep saying that you can't have both is because of corporate propaganda. is because of establishment propaganda that says, oh, kind of what I was talking about earlier today in the show. The oldest trick in the capitalist book is saying, oh, we can't pay you because those people with different skin colors are coming and taking your jobs. So that's why we're paying you less. It's not because, we're capitalists and we're going to pocket the extra money to, make ourselves rich. No. It's because those people who look different than you and speak different than you are taking your jobs. It's just the idea that there's a choice going on here is entirely fabricated in order to prevent solidarity and in order to prevent the success of pro-working class economic policy. Like, full stop. Full stop. Also, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, and thank you for the reading recommendation, Comrade Girl 2018. Very much appreciated. Now, folks, for real, let's keep on going. There we go. We did it. Now, folks, we've been going for about 2 hours, 40 minutes. If you've enjoyed the show so far, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., especially if you've been getting anything out of today's show. And consider being one of the people to make this show possible. You guys. Wait, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click 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 button. Poof. There we go. Let's see here. Poof. Hydrate, you say? Poof. How we all doing, folks? What an unexpected segment. You know what? Let's
Progressive challenge.
Let's just make sure that I gotta get these all together so that I can remember what we actually covered today. There we go. Nailed it. Awesome. Can't express how damn giddy it makes me that we're having these convos. I've been a leftist for a long time. It's nice having more than, say, 10 people believe in these things. Makes me believe we can get there. We absolutely fucking can. And you know what? Let's keep talking about some socialism here, shall we? Let's do it. And again, if you are enjoying the show, do consider dropping those subs and donos. We're almost at 150 subs. If we make it to 250, folks, I'll play you the Dono Ghost song. Do 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 do. Let me just check something real quick, and then we'll jump into the next one. All right. Let's just go. Y'all are silly little billies. Okay. Here we go, folks. Hunter Biden, Jon Stewart, perhaps not. Literally plant sitting for a friend while she's out of town, so thank you for this info. I'm glad you're getting something out of this. All right. Here we go, folks. So, folks, today the DSA released their essentially their platform, and we're going to talk about it. We're going to go over it real quick. It's actually fairly intuitive. You know, the Democratic Socialists of America, our program. Workers deserve more. All right, imagine taking a day off from work in a future without capitalism. It might not feel as badly needed as it does now. You enjoy your work, it's interesting to you, you're well trained for it, you work as much as you are able to and no more than needed, and you would control your own labor and see it going to good use. It's not just a job to pay the bills. Speaking of bills, you don't really have them anymore. You have no debt. You don't need health insurance. You don't pay a mortgage or have a landlord because comfortable housing is a human right. Your retirement is publicly funded. Food, education, energy, medicine, and transportation aren't for-profit businesses. They're common goods and utilities. Okay, enough about bills. What do you do on your day off? Maybe in the morning you walk your kids to school, run errands, or go to a doctor's appointment. In the afternoon, you might play a sport, practice a new skill, read, plan a trip. In the evening, you could meet up with friends or family and eat together. Maybe go to the movies or down to the park. These are all familiar everyday activities. A socialist day off could be like any good day now. But what if you were free to spend your time how you like without worrying about cost or dreading going back to work? What if you didn't have to think about paying rent or loans at the end of the month or saving for college or affording groceries? What would that be like? It's been said that it's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. But just because it isn't easy to imagine now doesn't mean we shouldn't try to make it happen. Workers deserve more. How did we get here? The world is in chaos, but for the bosses, it's all going according to plan. We can see their plan in the countless heartbreaking images coming out of war zones like Beirut, Gaza, and Tehran. We can hear it in the rumble of bulldozers making their way to build detention camps and data centers. We can feel it in the air as the summer heat becomes unbearable and in the pits of our stomachs when faced with the price of gas and rent. We're promised magical technology with AI, but in reality, the bosses lay us off and track our every move. The billionaire class is dividing workers against each other, and it's making us desperate and miserable. The political and economic system under which we live is built on private ownership and profit at all costs. As capitalism fails to solve problems of its own making, it turns to right-wing authoritarianism. Big business makes deals with the government to line their pockets, and politicians stoke hatred between working people. Instead of offering real solutions to unemployment and the cost of living, they attack immigrants, communities of color, and trans people. Rather than fixing our broken healthcare system, they push snake oil and circulate conspiracy theories. The Republicans are in on it, the Democratic Party is asleep at the wheel, and both are funded by the same criminal class of billionaires and war profiteers. Democratic Socialists know that no one has to live like this. If we lived in a classless society and governed ourselves, we could freely build a world without war or poverty. We could build a world where no one suffers for their race, gender, or religion, and everyone is free, equal, and cared for. Building this world is the guiding star of our movement. When we labor for our common good instead of private profit, we can all have a secure and dignified life and use our time and talents as we wish. To achieve this future, our class must organize. The Democratic Socialists of America is building a party whose goal is a democratic society of the working class. Our enemies are not just individual bosses, but the entire global system of capital, not just this or that cop, judge, or president, but the entire anti-democratic structure of our society. We are workers fighting to transform society, to win the battle for democracy, draft a new constitution, and create a democratic socialist republic. DSA has written this program for ending capitalist oligarchy and creating a real democracy. Some of these demands may be won under our current system, but we know complete victory will require building a new society from the ground up. We can push these demands to their furthest extent today so we can fight for their fullest realization in the socialist future. Join us. What are we fighting for? Thriving working class communities, freedom to flourish, healthcare for all, housing for all, finish Reconstruction. Let's fucking go. That's what I like to see. End mass incarceration and police immunity. Feminism for all, Green New Deal, working class foreign policy, end the US war machine, free Palestine, end blockades, embargoes, and sanctions, abolish ICE, working class democracy, democracy for all, a real democracy, a democratic Congress, economic democracy and democracy at work, thriving working class communities, freedom to flourish, Medicare for all. Yeah, what are some of these things? And if I click on them, does it just bring me? Yeah, it just brings me down here. All right. Let's see. Freedom to flourish, expand public resources to support recreation, learning, and social spaces accessible to all. Hey, you mean state level funding to, like, manifest third spaces where people can hang out instead of just like, oh God. I was actually going to talk about this on stream, and then I just was like, nah, it's too niche. This is actually the perfect place to talk about it, right? Which is, there was a local newspaper out of Charlotte, North Carolina, complaining about roving youths on the streets, like teenagers, like just showing up and like hanging out. And it's like, where do you expect them to go? Like, parents are like, go outside and play. Like, you like, please, for the love of God. And when they're outside, where are they to go? What third space do they have the money to go to? Malls are dead. Parks are sometimes inaccessible. Like, the answer here is there need to be third spaces for young people to go and hang out at. Like, that's it, full stop. When they're talking about, social spaces accessible to all, they're talking about third spaces. Establish paid family leave for all workers, a 32-hour work week, hell yeah, with full pay and benefits and a living minimum wage. Provide free, quality public education from pre-K to college and cancel all student debt. Healthcare for all, I think pretty self-explanatory. Housing for all, pretty self-explanatory. Finish Reconstruction, end the legacies of slavery and colonialism, reinforce anti-discrimination laws, honor all treaties and tribal sovereignty, enact reparations and massively invest in good jobs, quality housing, and infrastructure in neglected minority communities. End mass incarceration and police immunity, pretty self-explanatory. Feminism for all, what the hell does that mean? Socialist feminism fights for queer liberation and the freedoms of all working class women, stop gender violence, and end policies that oppress bodily autonomy and intimate life, including patriarchal restrictions on abortion, childbirth, and child raising, gender expression and transition, marriage and divorce, ban sex discrimination, and ensure fair compensation and support for all forms of labor, including care work. Hell yeah, I can get behind that. Green New Deal, self-explanatory, but let's just take a look at it anyway.
Thank you for showing me this. I didn't know they updated the platform.
Absolutely.
I owe you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I believe this just dropped today. For the Green New Deal, workers must lead a democratic transition to a green future, pass a federal jobs guarantee, implement massive investment in sustainable publicly owned energy and transit infrastructure, phase out the use of fossil fuels, reclaim and repair our Earth's resources for all. Hell yeah. Working class foreign policy, end the US war machine, free Palestine, end blockades, embargoes, and sanctions, abolish ICE. Legalize migration, grant amnesty for all immigrants regardless of status, provide a path to citizenship for all permanent residents, and end visa caps and quotas. Fuck yeah. Working class democracy, democracy for all. Extend full voting rights to all permanent U.S. Residents and restore the right to vote to incarcerated people and people with criminal convictions. Establish statehood for Washington, D.C., and recognize the right to self-determination for all U.S. territories and colonies. Expand and protect voting rights and end voter suppression. Hell yeah. 1,000%. A real democracy for the working class to govern. We need a new political system, end political corruption and legalize bribery, get rid of lobbyists, dark money, Citizens United, publicly finance all elections, abolish the Electoral College, replace the president and the Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to Congress. You know, I'm actually, you know, I could get behind like Congress, like as an action. If Congress was an actual democratic body, I could get behind Congress appointing like a president and like a Supreme Court. I do think that like the Supreme Court was established by Congress, so Congress already has authority over the Supreme Court. It just needs to exercise that, you know. That being said, a democratic Congress, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy, expand the House of Representatives, implement proportional representation, and ranked choice voting in all elections, and abolish the Senate. Hell yeah. The Senate is, by its nature, anti-democratic. Economic democracy. Hell yeah. Public ownership of the largest corporations, essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people, enact aggressive wealth taxes on the richest individuals and corporations to spend on public goods and infrastructure. I do wish, like, this is my one, like, really big point of contention with this platform so far, which is that I don't necessarily agree with public ownership versus worker ownership, you know?
So many
I think
died
there's
for
a
us
difference.
to get to this point. Hearing these words, I feel solidarity with the future, but also wish we could have our dead see this. Many people murdered or took their own life to get here.
Very true, Peace Earth. Very, very true. We've come a long way and we have a long way yet to go, but this is really heartening to see. But my quibble here is that public ownership is not worker ownership. And this is something that I take a great deal of umbrage with when it comes to when it comes to other countries like the Soviet Union nationalizing different things and arguing that that's public ownership. I don't believe that. You know, the government owning your labor is very different from you owning your own labor, you know? I do think that there are certain industries for the public good that should be nationalized. And those would be unique circumstances. But like, for example, I think energy should be one of those nationalized fields. Like, I think that like the people who run your power plant should just be the government. It's kind of weird that we've allowed them to just be private corporations when their cost-cutting measures are starting wildfires across the country. God. Anyway. Boo. Democracy at work. Support union members who organize to reform caucuses. Democratize their unions. Take political action. Not a single thing said in here about democratic worker co-ops, but you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Inshallah, brothers and sisters, we'll get there one day.
I'm curious, what do you consider the point when you are socialist rather than capitalist? I've always seen it as a spectrum. I also recently figured out I'm technically a market socialist, so it's been on my mind.
I mean, my litmus test, right? And Brutus Magnuson, thank you for the $20 dono.
I've been pushing for municipal broadband and cellular nationwide since 2015.
Hell yeah. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But I would say that the line between a socialist versus capitalist is who ultimately owns and controls the means of production, right? And so when I talk about how it's important that we have worker ownership and control, that's what I mean. That's why I take issue with this particular platform. Because at the end of the day, I think that when you work at a company, when you work at the factory, you should own your labor. You should own the proceeds of your labor and get to vote in the context of the factory with how those proceeds are used, you know? Like, I do think that there are ways you can do it. There are democratic worker co-ops in America right now that are very successful. However, there's a difference to me between, oh, the state owns it and decides on it with like some kind of mandate for the, you know, wider good, and, you know, the workers democratically owning and representing themselves within the system, you know?
But who controls the means of production? Reddit.com/r/OakBuddyJack.
Do we actually have an OK Buddy Jack now? Okay, I clicked that link. We don't have an OK Buddy Jack. But thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki. Maybe one day we'll have an OK Buddy Jack meme production Reddit. I know nothing about Reddit. It won't be me. I want an OK Buddy Jack. You guys can go make an OK Buddy Jack. It's just not going to be managed or facilitated by me. So I guess where I'm at is that when I talk about labor in the context of like our generalized economy, our economy should be primarily driven by worker ownership. And that's what I consider to be us achieving socialism, right? And I think that within that space, there is room for competition between, you know, democratic socialist, no, not democratic socialist, social, like democratic worker co-ops. There we go. Between democratic worker co-ops and capitalist run businesses, I just think that based on the data we've seen, a competition on an even playing field between democratic worker co-ops and traditional privately owned businesses, democratic worker co-ops are going to win, right? Because where does, you know, if you're a worker, where do you want to work? A place where you own your labor and have a say over how it's used, where you can advocate for your working conditions, where you are considered one worker, one vote within the company you've signed on to, and like you have agency, you are paid better, your business is more local on the ethical level. I think most people would choose a democratic system to work under than a totalitarian one. And so I guess kind of where I'm at is that I think that ultimately this would create conditions that would transition the economy fully into you know, democratic ownership. I think about companies like Costco too, where it's not quite a co-op, but the employees have more say than employees typically would. Yeah, and I think that that's better than traditional corporations, but I do think that ultimately, when we talk about unions, when we talk about, you know, when we talk about unions, and when we talk about, you know, we really listen to our employees. You know, we give our employees stock options. You know, when we look at these when we look at these two other alternatives, they're not as good. Workers might be treated better, but they aren't. It isn't the same level of agency, and it's not the same level of economic benefit. And that's kind of where I'm at, right? Because I think what is key to the success of democratic worker co-ops is the fact that they are democratic, is the fact that not only are the working conditions better because they are centered around the people who work there rather than profit at all costs, but they have agency as well. Those two things in the research I've seen on democratic worker co-ops are the two things that matter the most. Agency within the company to advocate for oneself, to advocate for one's working conditions, and also to be treated better and to be paid better. So I think that, like, obviously there's going to be a spectrum in there of, like, hey, some capitalist companies treat their employees pretty well. Some mom and pop shops treat their employees pretty good. But there's a difference, I think, between a system that relies on a few outliers to beneficently facilitate, living wages for their employees versus a system where what we have now, which is that, companies prioritize profit above all else. And I think given enough time, capitalism consolidates to such an extent that, like, mom and pop don't exist anymore, And so I think that social and democratic ownership of the means of production is very important. And I think that while unions do a really good job, they're kind of duplicating bureaucratic structure. And I feel like you actually make it so much more efficient by just having the union structure and the business structure be the same. Now, what would it look like for the biggest corporations if they're worker co-ops? Great question. My answer to that would be to look at groups like Mondragon, where essentially they are large in scale and scope. Mondragon isn't my favorite go-to example because of how they classify who is and is not an employee, but for the sake of this argument, what it would look like is essentially a traditional corporation, except instead of being owned by investors and venture capital and all that jazz, instead, when there are those quarterly board meetings, the people who show up and vote on decisions and put forward changes to the course of the company are the workers. Instead of investors like being bamboozled, it's workers showing up and making decisions collectively via a democratic process. Like that's the difference. The difference is, instead of dipshit shareholders who are alienated from any of the labor that's actually done in the company making all of the decisions, instead it's the workers who work at the company. And, like, I've talked about this in the past. I have like a flow chart somewhere where you have essentially Christians Against Dinosaurs. Thank you. Glad you like it. Loving the t-shirt, Riverboat Jack. Thank you for being a member. So I guess what I'm saying is I just think that this is objectively a better way to go about things. Devil's advocate, what about the capitalist who's able to replace labor of the democratic worker co-op with automation/AI? How does the system account for that? I don't think people can. My gut reaction to that is that AI is a bullshit buzzword right now that is not going to play out financially in the long term. And also, there's no job, there's no company that is fully automated. And so when we're talking about what about the capitalist who's able to replace the labor of the democratic worker co-op with automation/AI, unless you're talking about like just a capitalist has like a far more efficient company, One, I don't necessarily see that being a threat to local democratic worker co-ops. But two, even if it was, I like, in this system, it would rely on people being willing to work for that capitalist over working for a democratic worker co-op where they get paid more and they have more agency to do what the fuck they want to do. Oh yeah, companies have been trying to replace their staff permanently with AI, but it's gone hilariously terrible every single time. Anyway, I feel like I've been babbling about this, and I just want to say, I believe in democratic worker co-ops specifically because I think it is important that if democracy is good enough for our system of governance, it's good enough for the system we spend most of our time in working within day after day. You know, if democracy is the best way to run, you know, the most powerful nation ever to exist on Earth, then hey, maybe it's a pretty okay way to run, you know, your local mom and pop diner. Maybe it's a pretty okay way to run, you know, your local hardware store. Maybe it's a pretty okay way to run practically any company you can think of. If democracy is what has made America great, then let democracy flourish in a million different forms across the United States. Let people try as many different evolutions of their business model with democracy as possible. Let's find the best ones that work the best. You know, it's one of the reasons why my proposal to bring us to a world that is powered by democratic worker co-ops relies on gathering information before creating what I've termed the economic vice to, you know, spur that capitalist competition until it's very clear that there is a predominant winner, which of course would be the democratic worker co-ops. But that's me, and I know I've seen comments asking me to elaborate on the economic vice in the past. Just to really sum that up, I have a number of different policy proposals to get us to a point where it makes it easier to create democratic worker co-ops for working class people, people who are wanting to make their first business or jump into a business endeavor. And there would also then be policies that would affect the largest companies in America, specifically with things like Bernie Sanders' right of first refusal for workers. This is a policy he proposed maybe like 8 years ago. But the idea being that if a company wants to sell to another company, first they have to offer to sell the company to their workers. And I think that that's honestly a really great proposal. Stuff like that, or if a company needs a government bailout, it should be turned into a democratic worker co-op. I think that these two things could then create a kind of pressure from the top on down and a pressure on the bottom coming on up. And I think that given the fact that democratic worker co-ops survive better in harsher economic conditions, they're more efficient, workers are happier, they get paid more. I think given all of these things, that the competition from the bottom would functionally beat out anything that capitalism can bring to bear, because capitalism is fundamentally profit above all else. And democratic worker co-ops are about the people who work there. And I think that that is a fundamental difference in thinking, a fundamental difference in priorities, and fundamentally something that we need within our, you know, mode of production. So that's all I have to say about that. I know that was quite the rant. Worth noting today that Mike Johnson then got pretty heated about the DSA platform dropping. Let's take a look at what he had to say about this. Oh. Here it is. Gotta get sound.
Carlos Jimenez, for sharing your incredible life story. Thank you to Chairwoman McClain. We're a little more animated these days than normal. I brought a little fire to our House Republican Conference meeting this morning because I feel like Carlos does. I believe everything is at stake right now. This isn't campaign rhetoric. It's not hyperbole. You see what's happening around America. I am often reminded these days of the writings of the founders, the warnings of the people who put together the principles that made us the greatest nation in the history of the world. They warned us against times like this. In more recent times when we were kids, in the 80s, Ronald Reagan used to remind us all the time. You hear me repeat it. You have to understand freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It is not passed along in the bloodstream. Reagan said it must be fought for. It must be protected. It has to be taught, passed along to the next generation.
Boy, I wonder what he's about to talk about.
So that they too will understand these principles that hold us together.
This sounds pretty serious, guys.
I'm somewhat of a historian. I'm a constitutional law attorney. I know many of you we're all amateur historians here. You must be if you work on Capitol Hill. You watch and follow these developments. There's a small number of times in the history of America where the actual experiment in self-governance was on the ballot. The idea that we would preserve a constitutional republic, one nation under God, a government of, by, and for the people, all that is in question right now. For the first time, really, in my lifetime, this is a real question the American people have to decide in November, in a midterm election for Congress and Senate. It's not something that we would have projected. I hoped and prayed it would never come to this, but here we are. The barbarians are in the gate. Last night I did a little...
The barbarians are in the gate? What? Oh no! Mike Johnson, did you roll in a giant horse? Did you open the gates and roll in a gigantic wooden horse that was offered as a gift by the socialists? Oh no! Mike Johnson, no!
We had a big group, actually, of VIPs.
Logan Hill, thank you
on
for
a
the
tour.
gifted
I don't
membership.
get to do that very often anymore, but took a tour of the Capitol, a quick one. We wound up on the House floor, and I pointed to them, as you may have heard me reference this often. I think of it a lot. Why did Congress put "In God We Trust" above the rostrum of the Speaker's podium there in the center of the House? It's inscribed in the marble, as you know. You can't miss it when you walk in the chamber. It's the first thing people notice when they walk in at eye level and see it there. And I pointed out that in the visitor's guide to the House, it explains that. It says it was put there in 1962, and it says in the visitor's guide, it's been published for many years, it said Congress voted to place that there as...
Man, look at him bringing the fire. I'm so fired up right now. I'm practically bored to tears.
Rebuke to the Soviets because of their philosophy during the Cold War. What was the philosophy of the Soviets? It's what...
Is he saying that the U.S. is about to get dominated by Goths?
Yeah, honestly, the more visible the Goths, the better. We could call them Visigoths.
It was just outlined, same philosophy of Cuba. The brutal dictatorship there that robbed him of his childhood and so many countless others. They've lost their lives trying to flee from that brutal dictatorship. The philosophy of the Soviets during the Cold War was Marxism, communism, socialism. That's the thing. And
well, no. During the Cold War, it was Stalinism, which is definitively very different from, it purports to be derived from Marxism, but Stalin really had his ulterior motives going on when he put that one together.
When Congress voted in 1962 to put that there, it was right after your childhood in the late 50s when the Castro took over and destroyed Cuba. It was a completely foreseeable result. We were fighting it during the Cold War on distant shores in the USSR. And Congress was resolute on that. They were all united.
They always talk about Cuba and Castro ruined Cuba. But hey, why did Castro stage a revolution in Cuba? Why? I can't seem to recall. Something about plantations and slavery? I don't know. The world will never understand because, as we know, no one can look up Cuban history.
and they understood that that's not who we are as Americans. The reason we are the greatest nation in the history of the world, the most free, most successful, most powerful, most benevolent. You hear me say it all the time. The reason that we are the greatest nation is because we were built on an entirely different and opposing set of values. Congress put in God We Trust above the rostrum because they wanted to remind everybody who would ever serve in this body in Congress that there is a huge distinction between us and the Soviets' philosophy. Communism, Marxism, socialism, all this begins with the premise that there is no God. It's a totally different philosophy. In our declaration that we just celebrated, 250 years on July 4th, the nation's creed, as you hear me talk about all the time, the second paragraph, we hold these truths to be...
Guys, we're so benevolent that we cut the government to the bone and destroyed all of our foreign aid programs to the tune of, billions of dollars, and that in turn has already killed hundreds of thousands of people.
Be self-evident and all men are created equal. Our rights come from our Creator God. They do not come from the government. The communists believe the opposite. They believe that the government is the state.
Also, can we just take a moment and marvel at the audacity of this man to be like, communism overthrew Cuba. Hey guys, who here thinks that Cuba was a democracy when Castro overthrew it? When Castro overthrew Batista, was Cuba a democracy? No! No, it wasn't! Batista literally suspended the Cuban Constitution and ended elections and declared himself a dictator. That's why Castro led a revolution. The economic conditions in Cuba were so oppressive and so exploitative that when the only method of social change was ended, the democratic process, the only alternative left was taking up arms. You know the old saying, no taxation without representation, the battle cry, the rallying cry of the American Revolution? It was the same shit in Cuba. But they constantly talk about Castro as communism. It's just like, fuck you guys. Really weird how you leave out those important details earlier on in the story, though, isn't it?
Is God. The state is the one that gives you all your rights. And you know what? The state can also take those rights away. And that's exactly what happens. It's inevitable. Communism and this philosophy has led to the murder of tens of millions of innocent people in the 20th century alone.
Out of curiosity, how many millions of people has capitalism killed? I don't think we want to start playing this game, Mike Johnson. I don't think we the numbers game is something that a lot of capitalists think that they want to play until they start really reckoning with the fact that, oh wait, a lot of wars are fought specifically to secure resources for capitalist exploitation. Oh wait, the United States literally set up slave states in order to exploit slave labor, in order to mass manufacture bananas. Oh wait, we literally slaughtered women and children in order to steal their land in the form of manifest destiny. Wait, the scramble for Africa was entirely fueled by the desire to get material for capitalist exploitation? Oh no! Wait, you mean to tell me that the subjugation of the entire Indian people was due to desire to exploit them for capitalist growth? Oh no! Wait a minute, that would mean we would have to assess the mass death toll from colonialism as a whole and add it to the death toll of people who are dying just on a yearly basis from not having healthcare or being underinsured, or who are dying of diabetes because all of our capitalist products that maximize their profits are poisoning our bodies. Uh-oh. Wait, that'd be really inconvenient. Nobody talk about that.
It is a nightmare. It is a trail to certain death, okay? And that's why we're speaking in such stark...
Your ancestors didn't conquer the world for you to not season your food. That's true, which is why I make a butter chicken that is hot as fuck. There we go. Also, my ancestors didn't conquer the world. They were largely like wheat farmers, potato farmers, a couple itinerant preachers, and one concubine to the to some kind of Swedish nobility. But that's basically my entire family tree.
Terms, because we need America to wake up. We're not even, look, 35 years ago, Republicans and Democrats in Congress, when I was coming up in, the Reagan years, they were fighting communism on a distant shore. Now it's here. But in Congress, they all agreed on that. They obviously knew that we had to fight communism. And so what they were doing here for domestic policy, that was foreign policy. Domestic policy, they were arguing over, marginal tax rates and the shades of regulation and how large the government should be. There wasn't a huge difference, a chasm between the two parties. Those days are gone.
Like, he's here throwing a 10-minute long hissy fit over the fact that he read the DSA platform, which reads essentially like, what if only good things happen and nothing bad happened? What if we only had good policies that help people and, no bad policies? What if instead of choosing to, scrape and kowtow to the billionaire class, what if we, told them to go fuck themselves and, we're able to take care of our well-being and have time to pursue our interests? And nothing bad can happen, only good happen. Exactly, Statman. You understand the core conceit of socialism. And he just comes out of here and he's fucking mad. And he's fucking mad. And the reason this entire speech so far is lacking any substance whatsoever about the actual policy positions of the DSA platform, the only reason he's not listing specifics is because he doesn't have shit. He can offer Republicans nothing.
With communism, we can finally go.
Oh, I bet I know what this is.
Space! I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
I'm gonna play this again on screen because it's just Tim Curry. Look at Tim Curry almost break here. Look at his acting chops. He did this in one take. You can tell. He did it in one take, and he fucking breaks almost. Look at him.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
You can hear him, chuckle before he says it. It just makes it so much better to see his face. Just his little... his little chuckle face. I love it. I love it so much. Well, they didn't pay him a whole lot to, do the FMV scenes of a video game. Also, Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Where's this from? It's from a classic video game series called Command and Conquer, which is a reimagined version of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union, where the United States masters time travel and the Soviet Union embraces blimp technology and also psychic super soldiers. And honestly, it's Command and Conquer, Red Alert, 1, 2, 3, top tier video games. And honestly, if you like that level of camp that you just saw in that cutscene, that's literally the entirety of the games.
Right now, domestically, we are arguing, we are debating, we are fighting, the election will be over, whether we're going to maintain our freedom in a constitutional republic, the greatest experiment in self-governance in the history of the world, the longest surviving constitution on the planet, the nation that everybody wants to emulate, and everybody wants to come here.
Everyone wants to come here. Yeah, maybe more people would even want to come here if we had 32-hour work weeks and, like, you could just take time off and you had guaranteed housing and healthcare. I think actually more people would want to come here.
Seal our borders so they won't flood over them. We're the only nation in the world that has that distinction. We're the last great superpower. We are the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are fighting right now in...
We are the greatest the greatest nation in the history of the world, but we cannot provide free healthcare. I don't know. I feel like that's a stunning indictment on what you think the greatest nation in the history of the world can do.
Congress over whether we're going to maintain our status as a constitutional republic or we're going to trade that in, dismantle the foundations, and go down this dark road of death to communism. That is the question on the ballot this fall. Now, DSA published their platform. I hope you're all covering. Oh, I hope you're writing it.
See? All of this is about fucking DSA. He's losing his shit here, and he can't offer anything concrete. He can't offer anything concrete to the people in that room or to constituents or to anyone else because Republicans have nothing to offer. All they have to offer is like, hey, remember back in the 1980s when everyone hated communists? Remember that? Ooh, don't you just hate communists? Yeah, communism bad. But, like, there's no argument here about, like, the policies that DSA put forward. There's no argument here about the policies being championed by elected DSA-endorsed candidates like Zoran Mamdani. There's not any argument here because fundamentally, Republicans can't offer anything good to constituents, to other Republicans, other than bribes. You know?
What I'd give for someone to ask. What asterisk did you and your son watch this week, Mike?
One day we will have a press with a spine, and someone will ask Mike Johnson about the pornography accountability app he and his son use. Ugh. There's no argument at all. It's just pointing and screaming. Exactly. Honestly, Shootbang nails it on the head. Like, he's coming off really weird and agitated because what every single Republican and Democrat was really hoping was going to come out of DSA National was like some kind of tanky bullshit. Something that they could vilify, something that they could prop up as like a boogeyman for what the left was going to do. And if you actually look and read through it like we did, you suddenly realize, uh-oh, that sounds pretty reasonable. Uh-oh, that sounds pretty desirable. Uh-oh, maybe I would like to live in a world like that, you know? And that's a big problem for establishment Democrats, and it's a big problem for someone like Mike Johnson, because right now, progressive, leftist, DSA folks are running away with the bag. They're like, the energy is behind them rather than the Chuck Schumers of the party.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
And they're not aroused about Chuck Schumer or Mike Johnson.
In depth about their platform. I read it out at an event a few weeks ago, and they made an ad mocking me reading their platform. Now, they didn't put the clips with the worst parts of it. Representative Jimenez.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, is he talking about getting owned?
An event. I hope you're all covering. Oh, I hope you're writing in depth about their platform. I read it out at an event a few weeks ago, and they made an ad mocking me reading their platform. Now, they didn't put the clips with the worst parts of it. Representative Jimenez just told you, Carlos told you that. Well,
I'm sorry. I was not aware of this. I need it. I need this. It's on Facebook, but you know, that'll do. Wait.
Okay, here just a
DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America? Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy, implement proportional representation and ranked choice voting in all elections, establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people, end all military and economic aid to Israel. It sounds so... DSA, the Democrat...
Fuck, that went hard. That was so good. The fact that you would bring this up to prompt us to look it up if we weren't aware of it is such an ungodly self-own. You look so shitty in that, Mike.
Of course, they want to pack the Supreme Court, and they want a unicameral legislature. They want the House to run everything, abolish the Senate, because they believe the House would be run by Marxists, communists. They'll be able to run the table on everything. They want to remove the president. What they also want to...
Guys, I'm not gonna lie. This has me hope-coring so hard right now. I'm hope-maxing, as the kids say. You know? Like, the fact that Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House in Congress, feels compelled to come out and be like, guys, actually, the real threat right now in America is communism. It's actually socialism, guys. You know, I was taking a break from looking at porn with my child the other day, and turns out they made an ad about me that was very unflattering, using my own words against me. Really made me look like a chumpus. And I didn't really appreciate that, and it made me look really uncool, and it made them look really cool. And it's a really big problem. Yeah, so the socialism's bad now, okay? Don't do it. Not even for a little bit. Wait, what? Kermit the Frog? Look, we don't have Jordan Peterson anymore, so Mike Johnson gets a vaguely Kermit-y voice.
Do is abolish all borders. They don't want any borders. They want mass amnesty granted to anyone who can come onto our shores without exception, even for terrorists and hardened dangerous criminals. Okay? They don't want prisons. It's in their platform. They want to remove the carceral state, they said. No prisons. They don't want to fund the police.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think that removing the carceral state is the end of all kinds of, like, prison. Well, like, prison as it exists now in the United States needs to be overhauled completely, because it doesn't work. Recidivism rates are high. You know, the violence within prisons is completely unacceptable. I would say it goes into cruel and unusual forms of punishment when we take it for granted. And, like, frankly, disturbingly, something I've talked about for a long time is that prison rape jokes are so common, and the idea of prison rape in America is so normalized that you will find, like, don't drop the soap jokes in, like, children's films. And, like, that's pretty fucked up, actually. And hey, maybe if our prison system is so bad that even children are talking about how, hey, don't drop the soap, otherwise you'll get raped, maybe we should overhaul that system. You know? And for those of you being like, what children's stuff has ever done that? SpongeBob, Shrek, there are a lot of different children's properties that have made this kind of joke.
This is not a game. Everybody needs to understand. These crazy little mini Mamdanis who are popping up all around the country, they are a danger to you and your family.
That's right. Once you let one Mamdani take root, suddenly the mini Mamdanis will get you.
This is not a game. If they promise you free stuff, there is far more beneath those promises that even some of these people do not understand themselves.
And that's what I learned by playing this new gotcha game I got on my phone. Now, it's not a porn game by any means. However, you do help a young and plucky and kind of sexy anime waifu who's both a woman and also, I guess, kind of a horse, compete in a set of different racing challenges in order to be the fastest horse girl around. And, you know, it's not a porn game, but like there are some gotcha elements that, you know, you start to see bigger and bigger bazongas the more money you drop on those loot boxes. But it doesn't technically count as porn, so my son doesn't know I play it.
And so we are here as the Republican Party to stand on the founding principles of the greatest nation in the history of the world. It is our duty to do that. And we're doing it on behalf of all of you, even the journalists who don't agree with our policies all the time. You better agree on these principles, because it's what keeps you free. By the way, it's what keeps...
What? I love, by the way, that he's like he's trying poorly to say, you know, America sharing these principles is what keeps us all free. But when he says sharing these principles is what keeps you free, that sounds so much more like a direct threat. You know? Like, you better be in ideological lockstep with me, Mike Johnson, otherwise you're not going to be free.
The press free, okay? This is essential for your...
Man, gotcha games are fun. Y'all are just hating for real. They're all fun and games until suddenly you've lost $500 on the gambling mechanics.
Well-being and your family. This is not a game. This is not our father's Democrat Party. This is not... We're not arguing over marginal tax rates anymore. We're arguing over whether or not freedom is going to survive. And that's why we're so serious about this. Look, I'm a happy warrior, man. I like to get up and have fun, but it's not a fun time. We're in a war. We're in a philosophical war to save the greatest nation in the history of the world. And we take it very seriously. So we recruited extraordinary candidates. We are raising record amounts of money that is necessary to win these elections. And we understand everything is at stake. Ronald Reagan used to quote Abraham Lincoln, and he reminded us that America is the last best hope of man on the earth. As was asked here very well, very articulately this morning, if not here, where? There is no answer to that question. This is the best. Not a perfect nation. We're still in a process of making a more perfect union. But we are working every day to ensure that the principles of individual freedom and limited government and the rule of law and peace through strength and fiscal responsibility and free markets and human dignity are maintained, because that is the formula that makes a successful, free, happy people and a successful nation. I'll take a few questions. Yeah.
Speaker Johnson, there's been a lot of discussion about what's going to be included in this reconciliation bill. Can you walk through?
Okay, I don't really care about the questions though. All right. You know, I did however do some digging. I found I did find the original the original game that Mike Johnson was talking about during this.
A normal.
Okay, it's called My Horse Prince. Okay. I hope you all enjoy this look into Mike Johnson's world. Right. Here we go.
A normal ranch in a normal city. I came all the way to the beautiful countryside for a single purpose.
Welcome to My Horse Prince. You are his new caretaker. Train him and care for him until he becomes the best he can be. I'm counting on you. An unlikely companionship with the most unusual horse.
What's with this horse?
And a romance she never could have anticipated. Enjoy compelling gameplay and an immersive story for free when you purchase My Horse Prince from the App Store. Remember, your prince will always be waiting for you at the ranch.
Hello, welcome.
I accidentally clicked Hassan video when I was trying to pause it. Hello, welcome. Oh no. Oh no. Was that Hassan? Yes. Anyway, back when I was a video game journalist, I covered My Horse Prince, and it lives permanently in my head. And that's what you have to thank for that nightmare fuel. Definitely the game that Mike Johnson is hooked on, though. It's all he can think about. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the comment button, leave a comment. Let me know what you thought about all this. Because folks, you guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And do drop those subs and donos if you feel inclined. And get involved in politics, folks. The Republican Party, the establishment Dems, they've never been weaker than they are right now. Get involved in your local politics. Join your local DSA. Join your local Dems. Kick those corporate Democrats out of there. Get some pro-working class Democrats in. Folks, if you need help taking your first steps to do that, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with joining your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And if you want to do some door knocking and phone banking, text banking, that's non-local, consider joining up with Progressive Victory. There's a link down in the description for them. And you can get involved in the effort to push for democratic progressives all across the country. So go check that out as well. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And we just got a full restock and new sizes and new color. So go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com, and link down in the description. Let's keep on going. We did it. That Segi made me laugh so hard I cried. Excellent. G-strings, go check it out. No G-strings as of yet, though. Lillian, thank you for subscribing with Prime. Very much appreciated. Let's go. God. And folks, we are now at 177. If we hit 250, we'll get the Dono Ghost song. I believe in you guys. I believe in us. All right. God, I had so many other segments to do. I over-prepped so hard today. We've been going for 3 hours and 43 minutes, chat. If you guys have been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. because you guys make this show possible. Thanks to viewers like you. Thank you. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Hell yeah, Mandy. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Good night, Darkly yours. Darkly yours. There we go. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the 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 button. Jazz Dog, thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated. And Marie Giangreco, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated as well. Let's go! Hell yeah. Punky Gal, thank you for the gifted membership the membership as well.
53 months now, back to site chat.
Let's go! Is this the end? Nah, we got other things to talk about. Let's see here. I think we'll kick this to tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'll love you. Tomorrow. All right. God, I think I have to push this Patrick Bet David thing to tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow as well. It is very funny, but it'll be funny tomorrow. I think we'll also push this Abdul El Sayed thing to tomorrow as well.
Hi, and welcome to Michigan Matters.
Because I wanted to talk about this Michigan Matters performance that he did. It was really fucking impressive. And let's see here. All right. I did want to talk about this. This one is for me. All right. So, folks, we have to talk a little bit about Trump derangement syndrome and the way that it has unbalanced things for the men who need their femoid companions. Okay? Too many of you for too long have snickered at the idea of men struggling to obtain their femoid sustenance. But now I present to you this latest article from the Columbus Dispatch. Trump derangement syndrome is getting in the way of my love life, by Charles Robinson, guest columnist. Charles Robinson was a university professor for 40 years, overlapping with 30 years in the VA medical centers, helping veterans with spinal cord injury. I recently entered the online dating scene and have met nice women for Columbus area lunches or dinners in the process. After I thanked one, I got a thanks back with an additional note. I never asked you about your political views. I have no problem with Republicans, but if you are a MAGA Republican, it would be difficult for us to develop a friendship. Wow. That comment threw me for a loop, but it made me reflect on the bitter divisions within the country. It is literally a civil war. So, I read this much of the article, and then I thought to myself, oh God, I need to go over this with you guys. I need to go over this with you guys. My guy here is a retired university professor who went on a couple dates and got rejected because he's MAGA. And now he's going online writing op-eds about how we're in the middle of a fucking civil war. Dog. Maybe reflect on the reality that, like, you're the kind of person who would do this instead of just, like, getting better at going on dates. Like, reflect a little bit, my guy. For half a century, I've been a Goldwater Republican, and later became a Reaganite. Peace through strength was the motto. I do want to make America great again after its precipitous decline during the Biden presidency. I like much of what Trump 45 and 47 has done, dislike a few and scratch my head at others. He's brought pride back to America. Has he really? I don't think guys like this realize how utterly reviled Donald Trump and America is on the global stage. But okay. But dismay and disdain among the coastal elite. I'm literally from Minnesota, by the way. I'm not coastal elite. Just to head that off in the comments. I guess I could ask a return question. I have no problem with Democrats, but it would be difficult for me to develop a friendship with one who has blindly been to a No Kings rally, suffers from Trump derangement syndrome, uses the biased legacy media as their only source of truth, wants Israel to be put in its place, requires unlimited immigration and voting without an ID, desperately aims to completely abolish ICE, allows biological males in women's sports, and denigrates all MAGA as fascists or Nazis without understanding the real menace or meaning of those words. Like, Dog is literally shadowboxing a lady who did not want to date him. Guys, can you imagine striking out so hard on a date that you then have to publicly embarrass yourself like this? This is like saying, my date pointed out that I shitted myself during a date. So just to prove her wrong, I went and shat myself in front of the entire town. It's just like, that's not... Dog, what are you doing? Dog, now everyone in Columbus knows you're a dipshit. God. I used many harsh adjectives, and verbs in that question. Wait a minute, I can't also help but notice that you used something else in that question. Another part of speech that maybe you deliberately left out when you were listing parts of speech.
Fucking pronouns!
Wait a minute, that man was using pronouns! Get him! Blindly suffers, biased, only unlimited, desperately abolish and denigrates. I know some of these righteous people. One even referred to J.D. Vance as the so-called vice president. She was affronted when I disagreed and said he is the vice president. TDS goes that deep. Bruh, people like you were fucking beating Obama, like, in effigy in the streets when he got elected president. Like, fuck off. You never respected the fucking office. We need to find a middle ground where women will date me again. But I know many others who lean left and vote left on principle. I can have rational conversations with them. I visited Israel and Palestine a decade ago. The scars of the 1948 partitioning still remain. Israel has the right to defend itself, yet a peaceful branch of the Palestinians deserves a home. Iran with a nuclear weapon would destabilize the region, but its great people deserve a government that provides them freedom. That's cool. So we shouldn't be bombing them, right? We shouldn't be doing a genocide against them, right? We shouldn't be doing that, right? Right? Oh, jeez. Many MAGA feel that the Democrats did not open the border for humanitarian reasons. Once the Supreme Court said that the census was count all people, they felt the Dems saw it as a way to lessen the effect of outmigration on a liberal state's congressional appropriation. Who knows if that is true? I don't know. One could maybe, like, look it up. One could maybe, I don't know, do anything to try and fact check the assertion you're making. Like, you know what? I'm just gonna go, Here we go. Oh, is this Chucklefuck talking about Trump v. New York? Like in like Trump #1, like they tried to mandate that the United States Census not count undocumented people, which in the past, to be very clear, the census is mandated to count every person in the United States, not every documented person, every person in the United States. It's so that we have accurate data to base like policy making and lawmaking around, right? And when this guy's like, well, the Supreme Court said the census was to count all people, like it was a new fucking thing. But that's how the census has always worked, and the Supreme Court reaffirmed that in Trump v. New York. God, these people are silly stupid. This line of thought leads to Trump's push for nationwide voter ID laws. No, what leads to Trump's push for voter ID laws is the push by the American Legislative Executive Council in the early 1990s on behalf of the private prison the private prison industry, who are major contributors to the American Legislative Executive Council, one of the most powerful lobbying bodies in the United States, or at least it was at one time. So, like, when this guy's like, well, did all of this led Trump to push for voter ID laws? Nah, he's wanted voter ID laws the entire time, specifically because Republicans have always wanted it. He's just a reflection of what you want. And by reflection of what you want, I mean reflection of what billionaires want. The left hates ICE. Some lawmakers and judges seem to support the idea that the victim is at fault when an illegal alien, undocumented immigrant commits a serious crime. Some of the radical left prevent ICE from doing its lawful job and legislate that local law enforcement officers should not help. It only makes neighborhoods less safe. There should be a middle ground. No, what makes neighborhoods less safe is mandating that local cops work with ICE. Can anyone take a stab at why that might be very dangerous? Anyone want to make a stab at a possible explanation as to why that might be dangerous? Police would protect ICE. That's one of the things. But also, immigrants won't trust police. Bingo, Forlorn79. It's because if cops are working with ICE, undocumented immigrants aren't going to report crimes to police, which means that there is even more of a marginalization happening in which criminality and crime can take hold and exploit this underclass for different criminal activities. Like, what's going on when, you have sanctuary cities is the idea that undocumented immigrants should be able to access local law enforcement without fear of being deported so that crimes can be reported and prevented. Like, that's the reason this exists. Otherwise, they're just not going to report the crimes, and more crime is going to be oriented towards undocumented immigrants. As a scientist in the medical field, I saw firsthand the disinformation the Biden administration put out about COVID, and the complacency of the mainstream and social media failing to challenge it. It resulted in many people rebelling against necessary vaccines, such as the measles vaccine. However, RFK might be headed in the wrong direction. Okay, but this is your op-ed, my guy. You could be a little bit more specific about what the Biden administration did that was so unforgivable to you. But, because what was the misinformation? The best information we had at the time about COVID was that it was... Well, actually, wait, this isn't even put out... COVID happened under Donald Trump. I'm sorry, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Like, COVID happened under Donald Trump. I don't even know why I was going along with his argument in the first place. Donald Trump was president when COVID happened. The entire initial response to COVID was pushed by Donald Trump. What the fuck is he talking about? This selective memory, like, genuinely, like, one of the only things that you could argue Donald Trump did okay at was getting the COVID vaccine out as fast as possible with Operation Warp Speed. Like, that is arguably the best thing he did as president. But, like, if you're gonna talk about misinformation, his administration was lying about COVID the entire time. Does anyone else not remember the fact that he was trying to shut down reporting around COVID? And, like, in like massively deflating infection numbers, trying to shut down the CDC from talking about it. It's wild. He told people to inject bleach. I'm dying. I'm fucking dying here, guys. The absurdity of biological males in women's sports is a direct violation of Title IX. Hurts the rights perspective of those with different gender ideologies. Hopefully, DEI and wokefulness will have seen their demise. As a university professor, I saw both the good and the harm they caused. We need a stronger school system to lift up those from disadvantaged backgrounds to a level where they can compete on merit. Maybe we should keep the Department of Education. I don't know, guy. These are some pretty severe problems you have with the Trump administration. Yeah, maybe we should keep the Department of Education. But yeah, maybe we should. God. Also, any woman would be completely justified in reading this and just being like, this guy's really weird. Look at him talking about, and like he has an obsession with men and women's sports. It's very weird. This brings me to a final point. The heavily leftward biased traditional media, but also those on the right, is at fault for much of this. Objective facts are pushed aside and spin is put in their place. Trump can do no right or wrong. There's no question that Trump is bombastic, but I personally believe that the country is still a far better place with him as president than it would have been under the Harris presidency. I guess I'm MAGA light. America must be great again. Trump is trying, and sometimes to me, very trying, but he has us on the right path. God bless America. And now we have a picture of Charles Robinson and, Doug, he's... Not to rag on him, but, like, he's genuinely... When I imagine a MAGA chud... You know, it's not too far off from this. Alright? God. Anyway, you know, I guess I failed to see, you know, it feels kind of like a big deal that you said the country is in a civil war and then didn't elaborate on that in any way and instead just basically talked about how you haven't figured it all out, but there needs to be some kind of, you know, mythical middle ground on a bunch of issues where you are fucking insane. Like, I don't know, guy. I don't think telling your next date that you're not MAGA, you're MAGA light. I don't think that's gonna fly. I don't think that's gonna get you a date number 2. I think maybe you need to, you know, fix your heart or die. You know, like that genuinely, like when it comes down to for folks like this, it's like you need to like fucking spend some time introspecting and maybe understand why, oh, hey, maybe the woman I was trying to go on a date with has like a gay son or like a trans niece, or maybe the women that I'm going after are, you know, not too keen on the idea of having their civil rights eroded by an administration full of people who think it was a mistake for women to get the vote. You know, like, in your mind, you think you're making America great again because you're bringing it back to the 1950s, forgetting that women weren't able to have individual bank accounts until the 1970s. You know? Like, maybe you're kind of like just one of those guys who's just kind of taken the way you've been treated in society as a white guy as if it's the way everyone in society is treated, and it's just not the case. Anyway, I just thought that was fun. Thank you for indulging me, everybody. If you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment. leave a comment on how you would change yourself and your ways in order to get a second date if you were Charles Robinson. And with that being said, get involved in politics, folks, because otherwise, like this guy's retired. He has free time. Okay, he's organizing politically. We need to organize politically even harder. All right. And I know a lot of you are younger. I know a lot of you have some gumption left in you. Okay, so you guys need to organize extra hard to like really counterbalance folks like this. All right. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help doing that, going to your first meeting, finding your first meeting, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, you can also do some door knocking, phone banking, text banking, etc. with Progressive Victory. There's a link down below for you to get involved with them. And they work with progressive candidates all across the country. So check them out. Also, folks, do want to say that coming up here on Friday this week, we're going to be talking with GamerG about DSA organizing. And on Monday next week, we will be talking once again with Kobe for governor. Kobe Lane will be coming back on to talk about what we ran out of time to discuss last time. So that'll be some great stuff. Last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got a restock on everything. We got more sizes. We got a new color. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. When is the next Transatlantic Call-In show? It is every Thursday, but the next one I am going to be on is this coming Thursday. So, I mean, technically, I guess it's Wednesday right now because it's 2 a.m. on a Wednesday, but we will. I will be there in a day and a half. In a day and a half, I'll be live. Oof. All right. Oof. It is 80 degrees in my studio, even with the door open. This is crazy. I'm very hot. I haven't been good at catching those. I worked that day, so I won't. I'm sorry, How to Be Epic. But we will be resuming uploads of the Transatlantic Call-In show on my channel soon. I need to get my rear in gear and record some intros and outros for those. So here's my problem. I've been going for 4 hours. I don't have any liquids down here, and it's very hot, so I've been sweating like crazy. So, I'm gonna go get a beverage. Don't go anywhere. I'll leave you with some tunes. I might also use the bathroom, just as a FYI. But I'm gonna go get some water and beverage, and when I come back, we'll talk about exploding diarrhea, and we'll also talk about the Dems doing something right. Because we have to get through those two things. Otherwise, I lied to you in the stream title yet again. And we also have to talk about the fucking Andy Beshear ultimatum. Fuck, I haven't talked about any of the things that are in the title of today's stream. Fuck me. All right. Still got a whole lot of content coming up, folks. Stick around. I'll BRB. 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 BRB.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They say our day is over. They say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable.
Yes, we have to deny so many claims from us to meet our shareholders' expectations.
including children, have lost their health insurance.
What's so frustrating is that politicians have spent decades saying they recognize the problem and they make promises to do something, and then almost nothing happens.
They say to themselves in the dark, it's only a crime if you don't wear a tie. We keep them all busy paying their fines. Hear the epiphany, light up the spark. You know what they say to themselves in the dark. It's only a crime if you don't wear a tie.
Seniors are the fastest growing segment of the homeless population.
And this is
is a great thing because it inspires everybody, gets some motivation to look up to the 1% and say,
Now they're looking at your vote, they're looking at your anger, and they're moving to apprehend those who say something in anger.
Increasingly by choice or by accident, this is the role our nation has taken, the role of those who make peaceful revolution impossible by refusing to give up the privileges and the pleasures that come from the immense profits of overseas investments.
Understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. That Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the legacy media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke gay empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
Hello, everybody. I return. I've had multiple glasses of water. Y'all ready to duel? OMG, I am so homosexual, indeed. Ethereal Kate, thank you. Whew. Y'all ready for content? Jim Water would be proud indeed. I'm participating in a kind of communion with that liquid refreshment. Ready? All right. Here we go. One strand of hair misbehaving. There we go. I put my the hair behind me into a little bun. Does it look okay? Do I look silly? Do I need to let my hair down again? It just helps it it feel a little bit cooler in here. Gorgeous. Thank you, Marie Gian Greco. Okay, cool. You know what? Let's... Okay. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that there's exploding diarrhea popping up all across America. And, you know how they say, like, oh, why you gotta talk about politics all the time, Jack? Why you gotta make everything political, Jack? Why you gotta make exploding diarrhea political? Like it's a real crisis. Cyclosporiasis is like spreading like wildfire across America. Why are you trying to politicize this crisis? And it's just like, well, because it is inherently political. According to the Center for Disease Control, this is the affected region of the United States, so far heavily centered on Michigan, but many other regions of the country are being affected by the exploding diarrhea parasite known as cyclosporiasis. And, well, what happens when you eat it? Well, it makes you vomit and diarrhea at the same time. It's really unpleasant. Thankfully, nobody has died yet. However, many people have been hospitalized. There are so far around 1,600 confirmed cases of this, many of them requiring politicization. Not politicization. Many of them requiring hospitalization. We're gonna get to how this is all politicized in a minute. But why are suddenly so many people getting sick? Who could have foreseen this? I mean, it's not like, the United States government took a hatchet to all of the programs that are dedicated specifically to preventing foodborne pathogens and parasites and, from being able to proliferate. It's not like the FDA got cut to the bone and, fired 20,000 HHS employees. It's not like the entire Food Emergency Response Network was systematically dismantled and underfunded by Doge because it was deemed being too woke. Guys, they literally voted Donald Trump in. And he's giving you violent exploding diarrhea across the country. We let Elon Musk have like 6 months of being the shadow president, and his policy changes have murdered people across the planet, mostly children, and he's also given thousands of people violent diarrhea across America. Now, in a sane world, of course, we would be able to appropriately say, hey, that's the fault of the Trump administration because they cut all of the food safety programs that prevent, manufacturers and growers from not properly, washing their produce and making sure infected and, substandard produce isn't shipped out across the country. But the Trump administration deliberately slashed those policies and programs specifically as a gift to those growers and producers those major agri-corporations, because guess what? Costs money to actually inspect and make sure all of those things are up to standard. And, well, luckily, we know who the true culprit is, and the federal government is on the case. And, of course, that means that authorities are investigating Taco Bell.
Ah, the worms are back. Ah, the worms are back.
Now, I feel like in 2026, I shouldn't have to point out that Taco Bell is not responsible for, like, the infected produce that a mass agricorp grew, produced, and distributed across America. Taco Bell is not responsible for that. You know, arguably the original grower and, you know, distributor might be, but also the people most responsible are the Trump administration. The Trump administration did this. God. Yeah, like health officers in Michigan are reporting that in Michigan alone there are 2,640 cases at this point. Across the entirety of the rest of the United States, it's a 1,500. Literally thousands of people are ill from the exploding diarrhea parasite. Trump gave Michigan exploding diarrhea. Like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it should be both easier and harder to point out these failings. Like, these are circumstances where
not only am I up an hour early, I can't message my light sleeping love of my life. New job and riverboat is great. Missing my love in the morning? No, not great. Bad. Very bad. Here is my rant.
EP Sapphic, thank you for the $10 super chat, and I commiserate with you greatly. Thank you so much for supporting the show. I guess I guess all that I have to say here is that we are living in a world where this administration has made it clear how much it hates you. Like, it's out here knowingly giving you guys diarrhea. It's out here knowingly sending people to the hospital with explosive diarrhea. And with explosive diarrhea parasites. And MAGA will still say, nah, it's not Donald Trump's fault. It's his birthday. He's a little birthday boy. And it's just like, what are you talking about? This is like the most stereotypical, incompetent, evil thing you could do. Like, I'm just, like, at a certain point, how do I make it clear that this is all being caused deliberately by the dumbest people alive doing the bidding of billionaire capitalists? Like, I want to make a better argument, but, like, this makes the argument just on its own. This set of facts existing in this line together makes the argument. And yet, I know that there's going to be some people who are like, well, Trump didn't give me the exploding diarrhea parasite, so he's still pretty good in my book. And it's just like, what? I don't know what to say. I don't know how to get through to folks like you. I don't know how to do it. Our government is literally and deliberately cutting food safety and embracing, like, substances like raw milk that are known to get people sick. Literally one of the leading reasons that children died young was the lack of pasteurization in milk. It was a huge medical accomplishment. And now the Trump administration is like, yeah, whatever, drink raw milk. And now people are dying again. Like, sometimes there is a set of cause and effect that's difficult to follow through our obtuse bureaucratic systems and complicated legal, whatchamahoozits. But in this particular case, it's pretty one-to-one. We cut the safety straps and then something bad happened. Oh, something incredibly, enormously, predictably bad happened. We stabbed a bunch of holes in our parachute and then jumped out of a plane. Hope nothing bad happens. That's where we're at. That's where we're at right now with the Trump administration. And there are still going to be some people in MAGA hurtling towards the ground who haven't yet, reached for their parachute ripcord, saying, "That's my guy!" And then they'll rip the cord, and then they'll get the explosive diarrhea and shit themselves to death, God. Anyway, this is the story of exploding diarrhea parasites in America. Thanks, Donald Trump. Truly making America great by bringing us back to an unpasteurized past and a past where foodborne pathogens roamed free. Truly the time in America's history when we were great. That's my guy. God. Sometimes stories are so stupid my brain just breaks. This is one of them. Anyway, folks, get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, leave a comment. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. We just got a new restock in, new color. Go look at it. And with all that being said, let's keep on going. And also, make sure you observe proper food safety and maybe go a little bit above and beyond until we get to a new president and a new administration that actually cares about funding initiatives to keep you safe from foodborne illnesses. I myself have not eaten a prepackaged salad in ages. I'm just going with romaine hearts and thoroughly washing the shit out of them. Well, I don't know. I'd like for my life to get a little bit easier again, so I don't have to worry about being killed by a foodborne illness. God. Anyway, let's keep on going. We did it. Parachute versus parachutes. Nailed it. The mainstream media just straight up said today not to eat any fresh vegetables. Yeah. Genuinely, our world is so fucking stupid right now. Yeah, don't eat veggies. Don't worry, you don't need them, bro. Trust me, bro. Fish milk can boost your int by +10 minimum. Is that from the is that from the Onion / Infowars? They've been putting out bangers. Oh shit. Yeah, Super Jet Guy, mad cow disease is terrifying. Like one of the single most devastating and like fear-inducing things to exist is prions and prion-based illnesses. Fuck, they scare the shit out of me. They turn brains into Swiss cheese. And there's no known cure. And it can be contracted by humans. When mad cow disease swept through the UK, it literally, like, they were literally having, like, piles upon piles of burning cow carcasses. Because it's genuinely terrifyingly dangerous. Like, it genuinely, like, stuff out of a fucking horror movie. Ugh. You know, I was gonna try and show an example on stream, but it's genuinely all horrific. Ugh. Actually, I did find a good example. Like, it's genuinely, like, it was genuinely hellish. Like, they had to burn, like, all the cattle. Yeah, I don't like that. It was all over the place. Alive? Well, they killed them first, but, like, still. All right. Let's talk about what the Dems did right. You guys ready? Also, we've been going for about almost 5 hours. Jesus. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the things. Click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. Click the button, click the button. Click the button, click the goddamn button. All right. How you guys doing on the likes? You guys are doing pretty all right on the likes. All right. I'm not going to rag on you too much for that. Well done, chat. All right. Let's dive into this, shall we? Oof. So, folks, we have to talk about something that the Democrats did right, which is honestly newsworthy in the era of when everyone is already so aroused about the Democrats.
People are aroused. I haven't seen people so aroused in a very, very long time.
But what exactly did they do? Well, we're going to start out with this Truth Social post from Donald Trump, specifically talking a day after he said, without running the idea past anybody first on Truth Social, that America would be taking over the Strait of Hormuz and charging other nations 20% on all the cargo that they are carrying in order to use the Strait of Hormuz, which is certifiably insane, and world leaders across the world condemned him for it and deepened their hatred of America as a result. But Donald Trump came out and put out this statement earlier today. Oil is flowing like never before thanks to the awesome power of the United States military. A special salute to the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, and Commander of the United States Central Command, Admiral Brad Cooper. Because of them and all members of the most powerful military anywhere in the world, by far, the Strait of Hormuz is open to all ship traffic except for Iran. And that is because of their lying, violent, malicious leadership, which is taking them down the path of total destruction. We'll therefore have a full blockade, but only on ships coming to and from Iranian ports or carrying anything having to do with Iranian cargo. Based on highly productive conversations with Middle East leadership, I've decided to replace the 20% United States reimbursement fee with trade and investment deals that the various Gulf states will be making into the United States. Those investments will be massive, but at the same time extraordinarily good for them and their future. As everyone is aware, we have the largest dollar investment in the United States of any country in history, but these new investments will make that number even larger. We'll see factories, plants, and equipment pour into the United States at historic levels, which will create additional millions of high-paying American jobs. America's winning again, winning like never before. The days of Iran killing hundreds of thousands of people, including 52,000 protesters, are over. And more importantly, Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. You know, like that's where he is right now, right? Now Trump just wants bribes instead of the $20,000. You know, interesting that you should say that, because this was literally a story in the New York Times yesterday. Actually, today. Trump paid $2 million by South Korean company facing trade investigation. Boy, howdy, isn't that weird? Isn't it weird how these companies that are being investigated by the U.S. government keep paying Donald Trump personally millions of dollars? And then suddenly the investigation into their company's activities just vanishes? It's so wild. You know, I wonder what the investigations turned up. Must have been nothing. Anyway, worth noting here that Iran has also reinstituted its blockade, so ships are now trapped again on either side of the Strait of Hormuz. And Iran has also been attacking different locations across the Middle East, including new U.S. bases that they hadn't targeted previously. They are hitting bases they've hit before, and they are hitting logistical targets in surrounding Middle Eastern countries. So this is not a good situation for Donald Trump to have wandered into again. And specifically, earlier today, with Fox News, Trump said, quote, "Next week comes the power plants. Next week comes the bridges." unless they get to the table and negotiate. Which I want to remind people, striking civilian power plants and civilian bridges, even if they could plausibly be used for a military purpose, is against the Geneva Convention. Like, it's against the Geneva Convention to do these things. Donald Trump is threatening to do war crimes on public, on public television. And that's why it's like genuinely really, really good that public pressure is mounting, right? Public pressure in like domestically in the United States is hitting a level of outrage and discontent where even this administration, as isolated from the general public as it has been, is having to pump the brakes on some of their premier initiatives. One of them being ICE. We talked just yesterday about how ICE had murdered, I believe, a 26-year-old man named Joan, and in front of his 3-year-old daughter, and just shot him dead, rolled him out of his car, handcuffed him, and left him dead in the street for 5 hours. And as a result of the massive outpouring of discontent, ICE has stopped all vehicle stops, or almost all vehicle stops, because this is this is getting crazy. It's, like, I believe there was also an incident since the Joan shooting where a man ICE approached a man to like talk to him, and he fled into the middle of a street and got hit by a semi-truck.
What I don't get is why a supposed multi-billionaire is pulling single-digit million scams. It's like a millionaire trying to game people out 1K.
I mean, I think it's because he's doing like he's doing some of that, but I think like the 2 million is probably just like, we'll give you more if you drop this into us. Like, I think it's like just kind of like a tantalizing offer, you know? So, yeah. Long story short, ICE isn't going to be pulling over as many people because apparently these traffic stops have been going so poorly for them, and people have been filming them, seeing what's happened, and are getting pissed right the fuck off across the country. And that just kind of goes to show, oh wait, this administration is actually like kind of falling apart at the seams. Like, even the people who have played the game by the Trump administration's rules now are getting screwed over, which means there's literally nothing you can do. If you comply, you're still going to get screwed over. If you don't comply, you're still going to get screwed over. Here's a story that just dropped a few hours ago. The DOJ is now going after the law firms that capitulated to Donald Trump. You know, all of the law firms early on in Trump's presidency, round 2, where the DOJ went after them and told them, oh, yeah, you got to make a deal with us. Yeah, all of those law firms are now being subpoenaed by the DOJ.
Some breaking news just coming in from the New York Times. The Justice Department has taken the highly aggressive move of issuing subpoenas to the law firms that the Trump administration cut deals with at the beginning of his second term, and is demanding that their leaders sit for depositions before Justice Department lawyers, according to a copy of one of the subpoenas reviewed by the New York Times and 4 people familiar with the matter. Here's why this is happening. According to the Times, the American Bar Association filed a lawsuit that sought to stop Trump's campaign to punish law firms. As part of that suit, the association wanted the White House to hand over internal documents and communications about the agreements made with those law firms. But now, the Trump Justice Department has essentially flipped the script and is trying to obtain the same information from those law firms about their deals with the administration. Some breaking
Genuinely, what? This is utterly baffling. Like it's just genuinely like this is lunatic governance, right? And but what it goes to show is that like there's no compliance that is going to get you off the hook. There is no actual like ability here to not get fucked over. And in the situation where you have the option to get fucked over either way, then you might as well tell the person who's fucking you over to go fuck themselves first. You know? Like, you might as well just not comply and still get fucked, right? And yeah, it turns out capitulating to fascism doesn't work. And what this all is leading to, and what this paints a picture of, is the fact that, like, there's no coddling that Democrats in elected positions can do to try and control Donald Trump. There's no going along with his plan that's going to make him happy. There's not, a certain amount that they could give him that he would be satisfied with. There's nothing they can do in order to make him a, like, easier to deal with kind of guy. Which means they might as well grow a fucking spine and fight. Right? And I do want to say, well, the spine is certainly not there yet. This was pretty cool to see. Senate Democrats block $1.15 trillion defense authorization bill. Now, this is actually, like, unprecedented. This is like an unprecedented move to block the defense spending bill. It is one of those bills that is routine. It is just kind of like expected to be bipartisan. It's expected to pass. And this did not. Democrats stood firm together to prevent this bill from being passed. And I do want to say that while this is like a pretty, shocking, impressive display of some semblance of a spine, don't get too excited here, folks, because, the Defense Authorization Act, like, it is so routine, and this is so early in its like introduction, that it's going to be brought again. And usually what happens with the Defense Authorization Act is that, like, Democrats have their version of the bill, Republicans have their version of the bill, and then, like, there's some kind of winnowing down to a bastard child of both bills, So it's quite likely that what we're going to get eventually is a defense authorization bill that is somewhat similar, but this is also their opportunity to get rid of some of the worst aspects of the bill. And it's also a show of force to say, hey, you can't just put whatever you fucking want into this defense authorization bill because you're the party in power. We're actually going to do something to check you. So, it's great to see a little bit of pushback. I wouldn't hold your breath about this, though, because, like, yeah. Let me see here. Here's Reuters' report on it. Democrats also object to the Trump administration's push to increase military spending to a total of $1.5 trillion, even as social programs for Americans are being cut. Besides the $1.15 trillion authorized in the NDAA, Trump asked for another $350 billion from Congress under the budget reconciliation process, which would allow the funding to pass without Democratic support. Yeah. Despite the setback, it is early in the NDAA process. Each year, the House of Representatives and Senate pass their own versions of the NDAA before Armed Service Committee negotiators reach a compromise. So what they are likely going to do is they're going to be looking to compromise. They're going to be looking to, winnow this down. But what is good here is that Republicans have to compromise at all, because politically things have become so toxic that Democrats cannot face their constituents if they do not fight this. Democrats will not be able to survive in their political positions if they refuse to actually address this bill. Also, King Bugs, thank you for the $10 super chat. Very much appreciated. And, all of this being said, you can't get too cozy with Democrats because, Hakeem Jeffries out here also saying that he would never cut $3.3 billion of aid to Israel, which is unsurprising from Hakeem Jeffries, but also just like, God damn, dude, you gotta read the room. Like, you cannot keep getting away with this and maintain your leadership position. You cannot keep getting away with this and continue to be reelected. Like, your days of doing this are very much numbered, sir. And I will also say one last thing to keep an eye out for. On Thursday this week, Donald Trump is expected to make a speech wherein he tries to nullify the Georgia elections process around John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, potentially calling for them to be removed as senators. And John Ossoff was asked about this earlier today.
Consider for a moment that we understand the president may be threatening to declare sitting United States senators illegitimate. If that is the course of action he pursues, he is calling Georgia voters illegitimate. From the very moment Georgia voters rejected him in 2020, he's been on the warpath because he was humiliated by the rebuke that Georgians dealt him. And he was humiliated and furious in particular as a committed lifelong racist that it was black voters in Georgia who were instrumental in his defeat. He fears defeat in the midterms, and that explains his spiral into conspiracy theories. Conspiracy theories that put Georgia Republicans in a terrible bind. Because now not only do they have to defend this president's economic record, not only do they have to defend doubling health insurance premiums for more than 1 million Georgians, they also have to defend all of these bizarre conspiracy theories coming out of the White House. I don't know of Republican colleagues who agree with the president on this. Privately, most elected Republicans in this building think the president has lost it and is dooming them to dismal losses this fall. Thank you all so much for your time.
Like, this is the thing. Like, Donald Trump, if he does try and do that on Thursday, is going to make John Ossoff one of the most famous, like, elected officials in the country. You know? And I do think that, like, they clearly caught him in a parking lot. Like, he's on his way to, like, go do something else. But, like, he's right. You know? Like, Republicans in local office think that Donald Trump's a fucking lunatic. And not only that, it puts Georgia Republicans in a terrible position because you have the president of the United States saying that it might be pointless to vote in Georgia. How on earth are MAGA Republican elected officials going to get people to go out and vote if the voters they need to turn out all agree with the president and think it's all, like, been a sham? This is gonna go so poorly. But, like, when I say that this is the kind of shit, like, trying to delegitimize senators and, like, throw them out of the Senate, out of Congress, this is the kind of shit that does start wars. And so it's good that some Democrats seem to have been starting to find some spines, because if that shit goes down on Thursday this week, we're going to need to see an explosion of spine growth. That sounds wrong, but I think you all understand what I mean. Across the Democratic Party. Because part of the reason I think that the Democrats stopped the Defense Spending Act is because this is, like, one of the final pieces of leverage they have for the moment. And they should not move under any circumstances in order to reauthorize defense spending until, like, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock are secured. you know? Like, this is where we're at. Like, we are being pushed deeper and deeper into a political crisis. I've been talking about how we're in a constitutional crisis for like the last year. That hasn't stopped at any point. We're just going deeper into psychosis, deeper into a constitutional crisis, and like, if the thing is, if he doesn't push hard, if Donald Trump is just kind of like, well, okay, and doesn't push hard, I think we'll get through this okay. But if he does truly push, does truly commit to this, there's, like, I have no idea what could happen. And it terrifies me. But that is why we need to get organized, folks. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved in your local politics today, because it can make a world of difference. Get those corporate Democrats out of power, make your DSA more effective. If you need help making that so, join us, join our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help joining DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. And folks, if you got anything out of this video, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this. Do you think I'm being hyperbolic? I don't think I am. Are you worried about Donald Trump delegitimizing 2 Democratic senators? I am. And please tell me how I'm wrong. I would love to read how I'm wrong on this one. But also, check out ImageneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. ImageneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. God, my fan is like positioned perfectly to blow this strand of hair directly into my mouth. God. Also, King Bugs, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Let's go! We are currently... Oh, wait, we're actually currently at... There we go. Almost at 200 subs. Let's go, folks! He's already getting pushback. Rumor is that Thursday will be him saying the 2020 election was stolen with some made up bullshit, even though he was the one in power then. Well, no, that's what he's gonna do, right? Like, the entire idea is that he's announced this speech on Thursday to go public with a report that the 2020 election was stolen by foreign election interference, and that he is then going to use that as a pretense to try and remove, somehow via mechanisms that do not currently exist, Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff. So, yeah. It is a very brazen power grab, and the brazenness of it is very scary. Yeah, like, if Republicans go along with it, and if they actually are allowed to succeed with no meaningful pushback, like, we're in the worst case scenario zone, you know? Like, if he does delegitimize and try to remove John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock on Thursday, what needs to happen is people immediately go to their local organizing hub and get loud as fuck and angry as fuck about this. Like, there needs to be a clear and, like, powerful national repudiation of this. You know? Hey, Hand of Inanna. Welcome back. God. Little update here from the Clacton by-election, by the way. Just a little update. Nothing big. But the one of the other silly billies running in the Clacton by-election has officially dropped out. Man dressed as Fox pulls out of Nigel Farage by-election, saying it's got too silly. A candidate who famously dressed as a fox to battle Andy Burnham in Makerfield has dropped out of Nigel Farage's Clacton circus by saying the by-election has got too silly. Rob Powell, who picked up 18 votes in the contest that brought Mr. Burnham back to Parliament, said it is impossible to take Mr. Farage's race seriously. Wildlife campaigner Mr. Pownall had planned to stand after the Reform UK leader said he was triggering a by-election in a surprise announcement last week. But no other parties opted to field a candidate, meaning Mr. Farage's main rival is likely to be the parody candidate Count Binface. Mr. Pownall wrote on his blog, Farage can be the ringleader of his new circus. We're not here to be one of his performers. God. Anyway, I do like that the Fox has dropped out of the Clacton by-election race, so now it is truly a battle head-to-head between who would you rather have, Nigel Farage or a bin? And I think most people in the UK would prefer a fucking bin. And I think that's wonderful. That's what I'm saying. He'll say the senators are illegitimate, but instead trying to have them removed, he'll use it to restart the Save Act getting passed. Yeah, but that's not going to go anywhere, because the reason the Save Act can't be passed is because Democrats are needed to pass that bill. You know? Like, the move I'm worried about is removing 2 Democratic votes to try and ram through the Save Act. You know? What legal mechanism does he even have to do it? He doesn't have one. You've seen that hand dryer? It's a menace. It is a menace, but they did sign a treaty about it. All right. Y'all ready for our segment on Mitch McConnell? I'm also gonna move. God, I am gonna tease it though. This article crossed my feed, and I have to go over it with you guys. I have to drag the folks in this. They make me so mad. Inside the very lonely world of trans conservatives. It's like, yeah, you bitches lonely? You bitches fucking lonely? Gee, I wonder why. Can't imagine why. Who knows? Guess we'll find out tomorrow. But we're going to talk about Mitch McConnell tonight.
Me to continue.
All right. Mitch Nye, the science guy. All right, here we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for content? Did they find Mitch's corpse? Hello, Dr. Sahiba. King Bugs, thank you for the second round of 5 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. Hell yeah. Massive King Bugs W indeed. That gets us to 200. Almost halfway to our goal. Thank you very much, King Bugs. All right, here we go. So, folks, we've talked a lot now about Mitch McConnell, whether or not he's alive or dead. Last time we talked about it, we did talk about the fact that his campaign staffers posted a proof of life photo where he is holding the day's newspaper. And, you know, that should be, under normal circumstances, what settles it. However, he was not in Congress today. He wasn't available for Congress when it went into session on Monday. And also, other members of Congress have told people when asked, that photo looks like one I've seen before. I'm not sure that photo was from today. That was from Ron Johnson. Right? And I bring all of this up because genuinely, I don't know what's going on with Mitch McConnell. You know, his staffers released a message supposedly written by him where he talked about how he took a little bit of a fall, and he's a bit fragile because he grew up with polio, and he's recovering, but he got a little pneumonia, so he's still in the hospital. But like, it's getting a little weird, and I'm not the only one who thinks that. This is Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, who I want to remind you all is a Democrat and also potentially running in 2028, holding a press conference. And I think it's worth hearing what he has to say about Mitch McConnell. Let's check this out. This was from 12 hours ago, roughly.
You've signaled that you might challenge the constitutionality of the...
Oh God, it's so quiet.
Special election law, if Senator McConnell were to be incapacitated. Could you elaborate on exactly what would trigger you making that assessment? And if there is a constitutional question there, why not challenge it earlier?
Well, right now there's not a vacancy, at least not.
God, okay. Well, the questioner was very quiet, but he's more than vocal enough.
Cool. Not one that we know about. And so I don't want to speculate as to what we do, but I think all options there would be on the table to make sure that Kentucky had representation at a critical time, and a strong belief that Congress should actually do its job, to be a separate branch of government, to be a check on other branches of government, and not seeing much of that happening right now. There's a section of Kentucky's Constitution that says the governor fills vacancies for offices that are elected statewide. Now, there may be a question about whether a federal office fits in that, but here's what I'd tell you. Before there was ever a statute about how a governor appoints a vacancy in the U.S. Senate, governors did it, presumably under that section of the state constitution, in which case a law passed by the General Assembly can't violate or contradict it. But I do think it's at least a little interesting that the legislature not once but twice tried to pass laws changing that. I think they know that there's an issue there too.
Yeah, so the background to this in particular is that Kentucky's state legislature has tried to pass laws multiple times in order to prevent Andy Beshear specifically from being able to appoint anybody should someone in like a Senate seat, for example, pass away while in office. And if you're wondering, wait, were they just trying to pass that law because Mitch McConnell looked like he was dying? The answer to that is yes. That's exactly why they were trying to do that. Remember, about 2 years ago is when Mitch McConnell had his sudden break with reality, you know? I'm sure many of you will remember it, of course. Let me just, yeah, here we go. This is from 2 years ago, which incidentally is around the same time they tried to pass legislation last time.
Path to finishing the NDA this week has been good bipartisan cooperation and a string of
Wait a minute. Are you good, Mitch?
Okay, Mitch?
He's checking.
Anything else you want to say, or should we just go back to your office? Do you want to say anything else to the press? Go back.
Go ahead, John.
I'll take it back. Let's go back to you.
Go ahead, John.
This was 2 years ago. Kentucky responded by trying to pass a law to make it illegal for Andy Beshear to, appoint the successor. And the Kentucky state legislature is currently freaking out because Andy Beshear might be able to flip a seat in the Senate until the end of the end of this term, right? And on top of that, Andy Beshear got an interesting question at that same press conference earlier today.
First question, have you heard yet from Senator Mitch McConnell's office at this time, and how prepared are you if he is unable to serve to move and act on?
Well, I'm not going to speculate on what we might do in a hypothetical situation, but I can tell you I've had no official response, nothing sent to our office, no letter, no email. Now, he did put out a public statement, and that's a step in the right direction, but I view this the same way our families would have to deal with something like this. I mean, if anybody out there, your viewers, were in the hospital for a month, they'd have to call their boss at work and explain what's going on, explain what happened and what their path is to coming back. And that's all I think the voters, who are the boss of all of us that are elected, I think there's some elected officials who don't view themselves as having a boss. We do. In this instance, it's the people of Kentucky that just deserve to see a little bit more and hear a little bit more about how the senator is doing and what the steps are for his return in office. I hope he'll do that. I mean, he just put out the statement. And certainly I want to be clear that I'm not wishing the senator any ill will. I knew one of his daughters when we were in high school was and is a great person. And so we hope that there is a speedy recovery. But with all the speculation, and there's been a ton, the fastest way to end all of it is calling into a news station, if you're otherwise taking calls, putting out a video or two, which all of us do in office.
Also, worth noting, Andy Beshear a week ago was asking, hey, is Mitch McConnell alive or dead? The fact that the governor of Kentucky, the state that Mitch McConnell represents, hasn't gotten anything from Mitch McConnell, hasn't gotten anything from his team, hasn't gotten written correspondence, hasn't gotten a call, hasn't gotten shit. That's like I gotta be honest with you guys, this is suspicious as hell. Like he's gonzo. He's they are not talking about like, oh, well, can we fill his position or not for no reason. It's because he's been gone for a month from his job without any explanation except for one public statement. And like, you saw how he was at that press conference 2 years ago. If that same thing happened again and he's just like unable to really like process any kind of information in the capacity of like a United States senator, then like he needs to be like replaced immediately. And I think that like right now, it kind of seems to me like they are covering for something that they were woefully unprepared for. And they don't want him to go to work because it will reveal that he's incompetent and needs to be replaced. And so they're banking on trying to keep him in the hospital for as long as possible. Because the second he is replaceable, he's going to get replaced by the appointment of Andy Beshear. And that's one whole ass Senate seat going to the Dems. Right? Like, we looked at the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, that Democrats just shut down. How did they shut it down? Well, because Republicans could only afford to lose a couple votes. It's going to make it an even narrower margin in the Senate if a Democrat gets put in that seat, even temporarily, till the end of the term. And that's going to make Republicans basically have a very hard time passing anything, let alone the SAVE Act, let alone any of their higher priority things. We all got that proof of life AI photo. I mean, it crossed my mind that it might be AI, for sure. But, like, I don't think it's unfair for me to look at this where, like, the governor of Kentucky can't get answers and think, that seems really weird. That seems weird as hell. And I wanted to take a little moment to check out this particular appearance of Andy Beshear, which I think is quite interesting as well. He went on Politics Nation with Al Sharpton earlier today, and had some words to say. Uh-oh. Twitter, you breaking? I'll refresh it.
Andy Beshear. Governor, we appreciate you coming on tonight. We have a lot to cover, but I must start with your thoughts on the passing of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham.
I do not give a single shit about his thoughts on Lindsey Graham. Rest in piss. All right.
X, you renewed your call for Senator Mitch McConnell to provide an update on his health. The senator has been absent from the Senate for 3 weeks. You say it's time to end the crazy speculation and for the senator to tell us what's going on. Have you gotten a response from the senator or his office?
Nothing. Not a call, not an email, not a letter, not even an official statement from Senator McConnell. And I haven't seen an official statement from him during this entire period or even after the passing of his friend, Senator Graham. I will admit that I'm concerned. I get that we all have a right to privacy for our health, but when you run for an office like mine or Senator McConnell's, you answer to the voters. And if you are in the hospital for an entire month, you owe it to the people that elected you to give them an update, to show that you continue to have the capacity to serve. And for me, I represent those same people. And so I'm pushing for them to get the answers they deserve. All he has to do is call in to maybe Fox News, a network that he should be comfortable going. Official statement. He could send a short video. The failure to do so for this long raises serious and legitimate concerns.
Now, for those of us less versed in Kentucky law, what are the governor's duties when a senator may be incapacitated or unable to do his job? If Senator McConnell were to step aside, how do things work in your...
The audio cutting out isn't you guys, it's this clip it has audio cutting in and out for whatever reason. But, you know, the fact that we have a governor of a United States state sitting here being like, yeah, I can't tell whether or not a senator from my state is alive or dead or not. And like, that's pretty big. especially with the stakes being so high?
I think it's possibly a contested question, so we might make some news right here, Reverend. Our Republican supermajority has been so worried about me being able to potentially support someone before a special election that they passed not one but two.
Why are you doing this?
To me from the Republican Party, and I'd have to pick. Now they say I can't fill a vacancy, but I have to call a special election.
What he was trying to say there in the clip is that, like, the legislature was trying to pick who he could pick to fill the seat. Like, was trying to say, oh yeah, you can fill the seat, but only with like one of these three candidates.
But here's the thing. There is a Kentucky constitutional provision that says that I appoint all state officers when there's a vacancy. The question is, does that apply to federal offices? Well, before there was ever a law in Kentucky on how this would work, multiple appointments were made by governors, assumably.
Oh, God.
If we end up there, and I hope we don't, I hope Senator McConnell will provide proof of life tomorrow and that we could all move on. There's at least going to be probably a little disagreement.
So you would, if that became necessary.
How much time is left in Mitch's term? He would be going until the next swearing in of the next Congress. So, like, I believe his term is up this year. He wasn't running for re-election. And so I believe that it would be until the next Congress is sworn in, which is gonna be kind of too late for the window of opportunity where Republicans desperately need every single member of the Senate on board at all times.
You would appoint someone if it became necessary to do so on the basis of the Kentucky Constitution as you read it?
Well, certainly my hope is that Senator McConnell will provide us the assurances that we need. But if he is incapacitated, if there is a vacancy, I will look at my authority as governor to make sure that we are represented as Kentuckians. And certainly I'll take a strong look at that section of our Kentucky Constitution.
I mean, like, guys, I gotta be honest, in the circumstance of being incapacitated, like, I would typically say someone being unable to perform their job for over a month would be considered incapacitated. And, like, I think that in a lot of circumstances, that means, like, there should just be time off granted, and, like, you should be able to heal without losing your job. But in this particular circumstance, our democracy requires these people to be there in order to function and represent constituents. Every day that someone is not there in their elected office is a disservice to the millions of people who elected and participated in the democracy to get that election happening in the first place. Like, we cannot have this particular thing going on. We can't have, like, oh yeah, you're gone for like 2 months, 3 months. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. Like, nah, dog. We can't be pretending this is okay. At this point, I would consider him already incapacitated. And given that we're not getting any kind of feedback on when he's going to be, capable of attending Congress again, well, I think that's that's another check in the incapacitated column. If Mitch is alive, why are they being so secretive? Excellent question. Again, like, Andy Beshear's points are not bad ones. Like, if he's alive, okay, do like an Instagram live video or something. Call in to talk to local media. Like, every media organization in the country right now would be more than happy to take a call from Mitch McConnell. What did they work? Like 68 days out of 365 last year? And that's the other thing, right? Like, missing
like missing a handful of days of Congress being in session. Like if you miss like 5 days, you're missing like almost 10%. Almost 10% of all days that Congress is in session. Beshear can only replace him up until August 3rd. Then his seat is just empty until midterms. Oh, those bastards. That's absolutely what they're trying to do. They are absolutely trying to hide Mitch McConnell. They are trying to fucking hide Mitch McConnell until August 3rd. That makes it all make so much more sense. They're trying to keep Mitch McConnell under wraps until they're like, weekdays, several weeks at Bernie's-ing him, God. Honestly, at that point, Andy Beshear just needs to go to the fucking hospital and walk into every fucking room there until he finds Mitch McConnell. He needs to be like Moon Knight looking for Dracula. Where's my goddamn money?
All right, you pointed out in your post this morning that you've been consistent. You publicly and privately urged the last
Man, the audio cutting out is devastating.
administration.
By the way, just as an FYI, Al Sharpton posted this on Twitter. This is Al Sharpton's own video that he shared. And the audio's like this.
To address the public's concern about leaders, do you feel like transparency and openness will be values that voters are going to want to see addressed in our politics?
Absolutely. They're going to want to see it again. Do you remember when public officials were expected to produce their tax returns and how after one president wouldn't, suddenly that's something that no one has asked? Listen, I became the governor 3 months before COVID hit. If I sneezed or coughed during a press conference, I had to give somebody a full readout on my health. People want to be able to trust the person that's in office, to feel like they're not hiding something. And that shouldn't be exceptional in politics right now. It should be absolutely expected. One of the reasons that I am a Democratic governor in a state that Donald Trump...
Honestly, Beshear's now doing what I consider an incredibly savvy move, which is doing the rounds on television and doing press conferences about how deeply weird it is that he hasn't heard from Mitch McConnell. Because the more he mounts that pressure, the harder it is for them to keep it a secret if Mitch McConnell is incapacitated. It becomes harder and harder, and at some point, they're not going to be able to do it.
Won by 31 points is I am straight with the people of Kentucky. I'm straight about my health, my decision-making when I know or don't know something. It's just people need you to be honest to them, and that's all I'm asking of Mitch McConnell and his office. Just be honest.
God. I think that's a great note to end on. But basically here, guys, Andy Beshear issuing a kind of challenge. If you are real Mitch McConnell, appear before me now. And Mitch McConnell can't do it. He can't do it. He's halfway into the shadow realm at this point. And honestly, I do not think let me put it this way. I think that basically if you're a journalist and you're in Kentucky, you should be going and interviewing and sitting down with and talking to Mitch McConnell's aides. You should be hounding his support staff to figure out what the fuck is going on. Right? Because they're not going to be able to do this entire cover-up if his aides start talking. And I think that that's kind of where we're at now. Because untrue, I just got off the phone with Mitch. Oh, that's actually true. It's actually true. I know a few of you have some very close ties with your good friend Mitch McConnell. I've heard some crazy things lately. He's been developing an interest in men, in muscle culture in particular, like vintage muscle culture. I hear he's turned over a new leaf and gotten really into karate. Mitch exploded. All right. Anyway, I do think that this is very funny, but I also think that this is a crisis waiting to happen, and it will be a profound failure on Andy Beshear's part if he is unable to effectively show that Mitch McConnell is incapacitated. And honestly, and this is my take, I think that Andy Beshear should give them another week until this coming Monday. And at that point, he should hold a press conference where he declares Mitch McConnell incapacitated and unable to fulfill his role as a senator. And at that point, he should name a successor. And if Mitch McConnell doesn't show up, I do think, like, or at least like a press conference where you're like, okay, if Mitch McConnell doesn't like attend Senate in like the next week, I'm going to name a successor. You know? Because I think that that's important. And I think that, like, it's entirely justifiable. It's entirely legal. And I think that, like, what he's done so far is set the groundwork. And I think he needs to ramp it up to the next level by holding a press conference saying, Mitch McConnell, I'm calling you out. Show up to Congress. Otherwise, you're fired. And then what if they wheel him out and literally do a weekend at Bernie's? They might. They might. But he needs to start the clock. He needs to start the clock, and when that clock ticks down, he needs to name a successor. The political stakes are too high for him to dilly-dally on this. Just got off the phone with Mitch McConnell. We had phone sex. Damn. Grok, is this true? Grok, is this true? Hassan got off the phone and Mitch McConnell at the same time? I didn't even know phones could get off. Huh. What a strange skill. Anyway, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Let me know what you think about my theory. Let me know what you think Andy Beshear should do. And also, folks, you should get involved in your local politics. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. If you need help, get involved with our Discord. Join our Discord, !Discord anywhere. And also, consider joining Progressive Victory. We got a link down below. And you can go check that out, and it will plug you into progressive campaigns across the country to do phone banking, door knocking, text banking, a bunch of different stuff for progressive candidates, again, across the country. And when you're in our Discord, reach out to GamerG for help with DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And folks, do check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is comfortable, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. We just got a huge restock in all the sizes, and we added new sizes, and there is a new color. So go check that out, ImogeneOlivia.com. And with that, let's keep on going. Woof. We did it, folks. Mitch just told me he wants you to take his seat for the rest of the term. Can I get a link to... If you're looking for a link to ImogeneOlivia.com, it's right above you in the chat. All right, folks, we have been going, believe it or not, for almost 6 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and do consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you fine folks. And with all that being said, click the goddamn button. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Hell yeah. All right. Wowzers, respectfully. About what? Also, Uncle Gumbald, what was this? Let's.
And this dude just trucks me, like literally while I'm in the air. Both legs are in the air, and he just goes, not even for the at all, just straight up for me, for the body. I fucking fly off, still hit the ground. I still hit the ground on my ass, on my right ass cheek, basically. I mean, I know the dude. It's fine. He's like a cool dude. I don't think he did it on purpose. And I pushed with my, like, as soon as I exploded, I felt like I felt the pain in my butt. And I was like, all right, I'm done. Coming for you. It's fine. No, I didn't crack nothing. It's fine. It's fine. It just squished it a little bit. It happens. It's a little bit of a bruise. Did you cry? No. My ass is not broken. Everything is fine. My hands hurt a little bit too, though, because I was like, you know, I was able to balance it a little bit.
Oh God, I love you guys. Thank you, Uncle Gumbald. I love your clips. It was great. Thank you. Oh, fuck. Gotta love creative censorship. I don't know what you mean. It was very tasteful, I thought. Fuck, that was funny. We need a Hassan proof of ass pic. Okay, can I say maybe the thirstiest thing that I will ever say about Hassan? We clearly need Hassan in a Solid Snake, like, cosplay level, like, Halloween costume. That's, like, we just clearly need that, you know? I think we can all get behind that. Oh yeah, for fucking sure. Exactly. I can see it. I can see it. What's the noise? Huh, must have been the wind. Like, I don't know. I think he could pull off, like, the Solid Snake bum. You know, the bum that Solid Snake has. I think he'd look really good with the bandana around his head. I think he'd look cool. You know? And, like, frankly, a very sexy character. Thirstiest thing I will ever say about Hassan. Hassan should probably drink more water. I mean, that's true. We should all drink more water. All right, folks, we've been going for 6 hours now, and I think I'm gonna go off to bed because I have a busy day today. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Fuck me. All right. Fare thee well, everybody. Bye. Good night. 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 Good night.